Yo, mic check on this glorious Sunday. Let's see how the levels are sounding. See how we doing out here around. What's going on? Nice roll call. Let's see what we got. Turn it up. Benjamin, what's going on? Salute. Punty 050, what's going on? Zach Riley, what's going on? How my levels are sounding? Lydia Master, Fonz in the building. No doubt. Fonz Gaming, what's going on? J Mac, the OG, what's going on? Salute, I see you. Thank you for the heads up. Lord Balaka, we was rocking last night. I'm surprised you up, man. You was rocking. You playing that Tekken, but I was mad late. What's Balaka doing? Zach Riley, what's going on? Matthew Ash, what's going on? Dr. Strange Love, what's going on? Salute. James Morrison, what's up? The Hoolies, Craig Hooligan on deck. Steve, what's going on? Yeah. We about to get this going. About to see what's up. Your attic in the building. Might be beauty. He moving around. He moving and shaking. Oh, he said, oh, okay. Your mic was real crispy right there. We'll get that again.
Hello.
Yeah, your mic's extra powerful today. I like that. No doubt. So we gonna see what's going on, man. We got stuff going on, and some interesting topics. That's just it. No doubt. Like said, yeah, I have to, fam. Salute. Yeah, that was fun last night. That was a throwback night. All right, y'all. So we gonna get everybody accounted for and around, see what's going on, and be right back. Talk to y'all soon.
Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them reins. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them reins. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. Let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I want to do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm just
Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gonna hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dog, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't want to be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they want to compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do,
Don't
man.
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that
super
going. Keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that up.
What is you doing?
What I wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
sick of
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog thing, very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
sick of
keep
this.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog thing, very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal, and haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rings. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter but I'm anti-social. Love my city but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do?
Don't stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
sick of
keep
this.
that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. Feeling to be your dog thing, very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold ya, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for ya. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look, Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
is-
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very spoiled. For them to be your dogs, they ain't very loyal. But I ain't gon' hold you, I ain't here to boil you. You ain't gotta say it, I'm embarrassed for you. Always been a nerd, never been a loser. Making Voltron with a gang of cougars. And I'm going places, better tell a Uber. Cause it's pretty hard to sleep on Freddy Krueger. That's, whew. Let's do that again. Hear ye, man. Welcome to the show. If you would not mind, go ahead and find yourself a spot, get comfortable, grab a snack, do all that good stuff that we need to do, and we're about to get started. It's not important who I am. What's important is that you are pulling up to the Iron Lords podcast right now as we speak, and I guess I'm here to keep you entertained until it's time to get this show started. So look. Y'all done messed up and turned me to an animal. And haters be swearing they real, but come to find out that they really mechanical. And yeah, I be eating these rappers, but that's all a part of me being a cannibal. And they say I'm better than money because you can bank on me being accountable. I know a million rappers that don't wanna be on a song with me, that's understandable. I kill a beat and they wanna compare me to Freddie and Jason. I'd rather be Hannibal. They be like, why use a video game? Just be original, y'all too dramatical. I know it's random, but I am addicted to flipping the sample and making it flammable. This is that yoga, fire, flame. They think it's arson up in the apartment, they call it department and I get the blame. Still I be running, collecting them rains. You just a target when I'm in the range. I was the hardest to start regardless back when you was messaging people on AIM. Check my vocals, all on Twitter, but I'm anti-social. Love my city, but I'm still bi-coastal. I got, nah, let's switch that up.
What is you
What I
doing?
wanna do
Don't
is-
stop. Nah, that was dope.
I'm
Keep
just
that,
super
keep that, keep that going, keep that going. Nah, go ahead.
Look, I guess you could say that I'm very... I'ma just chill and watch them and eat snacks in the attic. I wanted to chill with the pack and be like a young whoop, but then they would mistake me for addict. If I can imagine it's cool to give you some advice, then invite your girl to your squadron. Cause if you don't give her that option, you gon' be single player like Sovereign. You gon' get tossed in the bushes by King David. Royalty and not a pretender. Detrimental to an elemental, what's an avatar to a knee bender? I gotta be me though. I know it's my destiny, work to Cognito. Who cares if you fly, if you still a mosquito? You swear you ain't stuntin', but really be Steve-O. You like to collect stuff and that's cool, but I got bad news. Even if you really was that dude, King David still be the king of the statues. Since a juvenile, I've been cursed with a curse to be musical. And if you hate it, we'll meet in the crucible. Other than that, then it's cool and it's beautiful. We let you know that your dreams are pursuable. Whatever you wanna do, then it's doable. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day. Woo. If you got work on a Sunday, it's suitable. Cause you can listen to this in your cubicle on the Lord's Day.
Yeah. Mic checks. Give me a little soft.
1, 2.
Hello. Nice faces, cameras. Good stuff. I like this. All right, let's get right into it. Hear ye. And we are live. And welcome to the Iron Lords Podcast, LLC, and also live on lordsofgaming.net, episode number 338. It's another glorious Sunday. We're back at the round table on the Lord's Day. And today, we've got huge Microsoft layoffs.
Huge
Microsoft layoffs.
That ain't happening.
They haven't. Tekken 8 impressions, Infinite Wealth impressions, and Nintendo investigating Palworld to discuss. So we're going to get right into it. So let's introduce the... Uh-oh. One's missing. One is missing.
Yeah.
What is going on with our brother? He ain't want to show up. He knew what was going.
Yeah, he was hiding.
He
told me
with the
last
smoke.
night. He's like, man, I can't hit this one.
Can't do it. Yeah.
He's Tucker Road one too many times.
Too many times.
The way to spin this one.
Yeah, you know what? Shout out. They said your king got laid off too. Yo, Astro Parrot is a fool. He said he got laid. He was one of the said our love and our thoughts to King David. During this difficult time, he may or may not have been affected. Now, all jokes aside, that was a good one, Astro Parrot.
Wow, that was
fire. That was quick. Nah. Shout out to the homie. He's going through some little internet issue in the area. He hit us up, let us know what's going on.
They're working on it now.
They're working on it. So he may still be able to join, but it's an outage in the area. You know what I'm saying?
Yeah, it's windy out there today. Like,
it's
really
crazy.
windy.
It's crazy.
I did reach out, and I got a quick, replacement.
Yes.
It's the person in the community that I feel is the only person that has the same energy as King, and I'm curious if the chat knows who that individual is. So.
No doubt. We're gonna see.
Phil Spencer, you got Phil Spencer to come. Thanks.
Shout out to them. No doubt. Free King David. They out of pocket. Robin Kelly, King MIA on the line. They wilding right now. No doubt. Anyway, but we still got 3 other horsemen in the realm. Those original Knights of the Realm in the Round Table. My co-host, the co-most, my brother from another mother, the difficult game conqueror, Lord of the Spin Clap and the Howl and the Young Wolf. My man, Lord Addict, back to back. How we doing, sir?
Doing pretty good. Yes, the spin clap stuff. Well, originally I wasn't gonna have my cam until I got my whole.
I'm proud of you, bro. I'm really proud of you, bro.
There's too many people in my comment section want to see me slap and clap, and so I was like, you know what? No, they want to see me slap my thighs. Like I blame Alex. He started this. And then they see me as a fellow white dude, I guess. I guess all white dudes slap their thighs.
You doing this for the Caucasian community?
Well, actually, Alex is more Cuban than anything, but it's funny, man. It's funny. So yeah, I will be returning to face everything.
No doubt.
Tomorrow.
I will say.
I apologize. I only had 2 videos out last week. I was in New York, New York, for a couple days. So
salute to you.
Shaking in my boots the whole time I was there.
You was good, man. Yo,
he was in bougie Manhattan and Jersey City.
Let me tell you how ridiculous this man. I'm out here trying to impress this man, take him to nice places. He like, that was all right.
It's all right.
It was all right.
He's like, that's all right. That wasn't all that. I think this New York food stuff overrated. So we talking about
I do think it is overrated. On the real, I do think it is overrated.
I'm taking this man everywhere, right? So get this. First thing, I'm like, let me leave it up to him, what he want to do, right? So I'm like, yo, what you want to eat right now? Because it's lunch or whatever day it was. Let's go to the chicken spot. Let's go to the hood chicken spot. Like,
That's what he wants.
Yeah, this man loves the hood chicken spot. And to the point where it's like, yo, we ain't got nothing like that in West Virginia. And he was loving it, yo.
The thing is, though, all right, your guys' pizza is the best pizza I've ever had. But, like, people acted like it was, like, this giant, like, gap, and it's, like, this much.
Gotcha.
It's like this. Like,
okay. So
it's the best pizza I've ever had.
Yeah.
But I the pizza before it, it's not much better. Like,
I'll feel you.
Like, but that chicken.
Woo, that chicken, that 3-piece chicken with fries.
There's a substantial difference between our chicken and that chicken.
Oh, okay. So we got the chicken title. When it comes to the moms, the papas, the Hollywood fried, the U.S. fried chicken,
the Kennedy fried chicken.
You can ask Cog too. Like, he's like, "What do you want to eat?" I was like, "Anything I can't eat at home."
I feel that. I respect it.
That makes sense.
Like, and then he took me to this bougie, like, Chinese place. It was good food, but my place is better.
He wants mounds of food. That's what he wants. He was surprised that I had chicken and waffles. He was like, he has chicken and waffles.
Oh yeah, you never seen chicken and waffles together. Yeah, King had to explain to him like that is a hood thing. I mean, that's a hood thing, but it's like a thing, like Roscoe's and the stuff like other spots. Yeah.
Oh my God, so good.
That's what's up. So what have you been playing, sir? Any games?
Playing Infinite Wealth.
Nice.
You know, my I was sent the the PC version.
Okay.
Sorry, Smooth.
No doubt.
Yeah, I've been playing that a little bit. I'm really enjoying it. The beginning is like really, really light. Like I think the reason it's not really bothering me as much is because it's more of an Easter egg towards Like a Dragon, the original.
Yes.
So if you played that one, you can stand the first part a little bit more. But we'll get more into that when we actually talk about Infinite. I do have Tekken, but I was sent the PlayStation code, and I literally cannot find a PlayStation controller to save my life. I have like 3 of them, and I just don't know where they are. And the funny thing is, like, I don't use the PlayStation so much. Like when I do use it, it's I move everything at once, and I think at one point in time, only was moving the PlayStation. So
that controller is just.
God, watch that controller magically appear when Rebirth comes out.
Oh yeah, you're not gonna find it.
No, really, I don't know where. See, and what's funny is I have a red one, I have a custom one, and I have 2 white ones.
Well, you have
And
3 PlayStation controllers. You can't find one.
I can't find one of them.
Jesus.
I found the custom one, but where it's custom, the joysticks popped out, and I can't find them.
Okay.
So it's been chaotic.
I feel you. We gonna get into that Infinite Wealth a little later
And
in more detail.
the third game I'm playing, I can't talk about because it's NDA.
NDA boys in the
I
building.
can't talk about it to the second.
To the second beta version. Right? Okay. I feel you.
I'm okay being an NDA dude.
I no doubt. You already know. And of course, we have our most technical gaming lord, the solo gamer who lives for the single player selfish experience, and also the Sostradamus, the Lord of Crowns and Messiah of ILP. Not that I like that. And Lord Pressure of the Iron Bank. PC Master Races. Oh, Lord Sovereign, how we doing?
You don't need to editorialize that part. There's no need for context about
I think
Messiah.
we have to inform the audience. What's going on, bro?
Chilling, man, chilling. It was a great week. It was a great week. I'll let you talk about it. We'll just expound upon it. But it was a great week.
Great week, fantastic week.
Not a whole lot of gaming happened for me. Like I want to get back to Prince of Persia, and lucky that I left it off like at a save spot. You know, one of those save trees that they have, so I can kind of look back and kind of see what I did. But otherwise, I'd be lost. So I haven't played any Prince of Persia this week. I did play.
What you play? Oh, it's the Rogue Ally. Hold on, let me put that on. Let me pin that. Oh, we got that Tekken on the. Oh, what we running it at? I need some specs.
It is running at 60, bro.
Running at 60. What's the res?
60 medium. I have it at 900p. Not 1080. Not 1080. I ran it 900.
You don't really need it at 1080 on
the
screen
ROM
like that.
But I mean,
and
we
the
got the power though.
And it's dojo time. Like you were never able to dojo on the go before with Tekken unless you had like the PSP version or whatever. But
Tekken 5 PSP. I remember that was the last time.
So I've been doing a little bit of that. I haven't played King proper since 6, and I honestly I have not really played Tekken since 3, like hardcore.
That was your last run.
I really fell off. So making a concerted effort to come back to King, and King is just a character that requires study.
Yes, a lot
of study. So I'm having fun with that. I installed it. We can talk about it in the Tekken segment. But
I need this.
But yeah, we'll talk about it in the Tekken segment because I installed it on a big computer. But and that's pretty much it. Like I said, it was a great week. And Kago expound upon that. And King, man, I wanted King here, man, because I wanted us all to talk about this. But it was cool. And shout out to all of y'all. I never read the YouTube chats, but people were tight with me last week.
Last week? They was furious with you.
So many bad takes. I'm like, where are all the bad takes? Just because I don't agree with y'all, it's a bad take.
I like how they spell it. It'd be like Sav, S-A-U-V.
It's bad takes, but not a one of you spells the name like Saúv.
Solve.
Like solvent, solve.
With an L, yeah, I did see that one. I did
Shout
see
out
that.
to y'all.
Shout out to y'all for being disagreeable.
Yeah, exactly. We're disagreeable. Extending the show out.
No doubt. That's been it, sir.
That's pretty much been it. Yeah.
No doubt, no doubt. And of course, we have the gaming ninja himself, the Shinobi, LordCognito, spreading that realness in the realm of the ILP, not telling you what you want to hear, but what you need to hear. Shout out to Mr. Matty Plays and Defining Duke, talking that Xbox Extended Showcase and the Indies, the initiative that they got going on at Xbox. Shout out to Last Word with Ebontis. No tie guy Travis, but we held it down, talking about the latest updates with Destiny, as well as the Palworld Phenomena Eagle, Super Auto Palworld. He was telling me what he was doing, so that was that. But as far as me, man, this
It's been a week for you.
it's been a week, right? So let me get to the games first, then we get to the fun stuff. But man, we're gonna get into that topic, but that Tekken 8 has consumed my life. It's been insane as far as that, and then obviously Infinite Wealth we'll talk about. I haven't had as much hours with that because I'm trying to get a lot done with Tekken and then move on to it. And then a little power when Addict pulled up to New York. He's showing me the ropes, what I'm supposed to be doing, how to do the survival, whatever. But first of all, shout out to the New York Game Awards, man. Shout out to the New York Game. Well, it's 13th annual, and you know, the New York Video Games Critics Circle, you know, I just love, one, what they represent, what they do, that we're a part of it. And then also, like I said, giving back to the communities as far as in New York City, students, underserved communities, scholarships. The mayor's office was there. Obviously, Neil Druckmann's special moment, you know, giving the Legend Award, you know, and for us, it was just big, you know, as a person who obviously we're from the city, and, you know, it was one of those things where it's like, it's surreal to not only, you know, open up the show, right, which was a big deal, and in front of your peers, and open up for Reggie, you know, Fees and May and stuff like that. But then the moment for me where I was like, I go for a proud dad for me was when the Iron Lords came up to present an award. And
I think we got the biggest pop, bro.
The pop was in the building.
The pop was in the building.
Shout out to Hip Hop Gamers. Shout out to Runaway Dragon. Shout out to a lot of people who pulled up. Magic Gene. Shout out to Toon Medic. Shout out to Tony Polanco. There was a lot of people who know Mr. Joanna Dark, like who's known us. Albert. Oh, shout out to Albert. Yeah. Shout out to Justin from Esports. I think it's one of the things that a lot of people who have followed us from the very beginning, who remember, you know, the 100 subs or, you know, 10 people in the chat or whatever it was, and to see them take pictures of us in that moment and all of us together presenting, we all kind of had our little piece and then brought out the best AR VR game award, was humbling. And then for me personally, I won't take up the whole segment, but for me personally, it was, okay, this is a milestone moment. We're living you living your dream kind of thing. And it was surreal, but I was just so proud. Like, I was just so proud of all of it. Attic was cooking. He had his fly little suit on. He came on stage, did what he do. You know what I'm saying? And then
it was a nightmare to buy that damn thing.
Oh, bro, we scrambled. We scrambled to get off the plane. When you get off the plane to get the rest of the suit situation popping, we got it done. But I think, that, and shout out to Harold Goldberg, you know, shout out to, you know, Ryan O'Callahan, you know, executive director, as well as those guys are the founders. Harold's the founder of the New York Video Games Critics Circle. I think also the combination was getting a chance to really poly with Neil and see how down to earth he is, and how cool he is, and how humble. Like, some people, you know how you meet your heroes, and, you know, some of them don't meet that expectation or the energy. Maybe they're just used to getting swarmed and stuff, and they don't want to deal with people, which is understandable. But nah, man, his son is genuine. He was just so cool. Again, I got a lot to say, but I'll give it to you. Let me get Attic first, because I'm curious. Like, you know, you came back to the city. You know what I'm saying? NY, and then like, what was the jungle? What was your feeling on the New York Game Awards and our part in it, as well as just your overall experience?
I'm gonna be with you guys. Normally, most of the time, I don't care about these type of you know, events or anything like that. But I do feel like this is one of those particular things where it's like, especially if you're a content creator on the East Coast, like, you got to support this thing. And the reason I say that is because there's way too much power in the industry on the West Coast. There's way too much. Like the balance is so much on the West Coast that there's not even an adjacent one on the East Coast. And you know, it's sad because it's just like until you improve that, that's the reason you don't see a lot of people on the East Coast get opportunities because they don't live on the West Coast. And you know, in my experience, a lot of the key people in the West Coast, they only really operate with people on the West Coast. So it's just like I don't expect the West Coast to build an East Coast formation. It's up to us.
Yeah.
And until we build that, until we have that infrastructure, that community, we're going to continue to see the West Coast running everything. That's why you see so many streamers and so many content creators say, I got to move to California.
Yeah,
because that's the only, like, if you truly want to take content creation seriously, you got to be where all the opportunities are. And until we build them, it's going to continue to stay like that.
Yeah, and we got to support. And another thing, I think we had talked about this when we had Dan Butchko on from Plain YC Software. We were talking about, like, trying to get, I think one of the bigger problems is the tax breaks that are not afforded for like games industry companies. So it's very difficult, right, for them to kind of set up shop and do these kind of things. But for you, so like, what was?
But why would there be tax breaks when, like, until we start building infrastructure to make it appeasing for companies to get tax breaks, they're going to continue to give tax breaks to the West Coast.
Yeah, it's very much possible.
Like, if there's not an infrastructure, why would they care?
I know it's more of a New York thing, but it was cool to see. To your point, it was cool to see the mayor's, or representative for the mayor's office there, and seeing the importance of video games and how it changed the culture. But no, I get your point. And we definitely got to do better, and we got to continue to support what's going on here in on the East Coast. But so, your thoughts on like the whole event? And just I was proud when you had the speech. I was like, all right. So where you at with it, man?
Yeah. First off, shout out to Addict for helping with my speech, because I left my reading glasses, so I was like struggling. I'm like, oh man. So Addict was able to cut out a little blurb or whatever and enlarge it on my phone in a way where it was not like bleeding off the edges of the phone. Yeah. So because you're a little nervous and you're like, oh damn, this is not working. So I was gonna wing it, but I was able to see, so that was good. Although I would have liked to have looked up more, you know what I mean?
You were golden,
not read as much.
You were golden.
But it was, again, it's like how we like to say, it was like a movie, right? It was a movie for us. Like, we went there, all four of us are there. Lognet is there with Gene.
Shout out to Gene.
Yeah. We have our friends from around the city. Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And I was going to say, I have to say, like, I generally enjoyed, maybe it's because I was there and I wasn't at the,
Game Awards.
the other awards, the video game awards. But I generally felt like that award was set up better than the video game awards. Like,
I love that
to the point where people were making fun of it. Oh, they're not going to rush you off. They're not going to rush you off.
Neil had a couple bars. Somebody else had a couple bars. I did catch that.
That was funny. It would have been funny if we would have had hooded Jeff Keighley there this year, like he was last year.
Oh yeah, Jeff was in the building the year before. That's true.
Jeff was in the building last year, but not this year. And that's what it is. I think the intimacy of the event.
Gene Park was in the building in the chat right now. Salute.
That's right. Gene was in the building. Had to give that man a big hug.
No doubt.
Ben Smith, LSM's finest.
LSM.
I shared a very manly man smooch with Ben Smith. Ben Smith said he wanted to smooch me, and of course, I love that man.
Oh, you better tell you.
Exactly.
Joystick ain't gonna like this talk.
Mayor Nucky Thompson of
the man came through for sure. No doubt.
Yeah, so it was good to hang out with those guys. To see Gene, gave Gene a big hug, man. I've never met Gene in person. I was hoping to meet him at Colin's wedding, and that didn't happen. So yeah, good to see everybody there, and it felt like an event that was so full of love. New York love specifically, right? East Coast love. And it's again, nothing against the West Coast, but again, like Alex said, and we had this conversation, it was just like, hey,
let me address something. I make jokes with the New York thing. I'm not scared of New York.
Oh no, that's fine. Yeah, I'm not talking about that.
People in
the chat.
People are really saying that you're terrified.
Yeah, it's a joke, guys.
You're too big to be scared of New York.
Yeah, he's too big. Continue.
Yeah, in pictures, y'all really do notice how big King and Addict are.
Yo, they be
because I'm always leaning over or leaning back, like you don't really see.
Cog and I in the middle, like, yeah.
Hey guys.
I'm so tall that I get a range depending on where I'm at in the picture.
Yeah,
no,
exactly.
you got to be over here.
You got to be over here, bro. You got to be at the edge. You can't be blocking anybody off, man.
Father said, "Nah, Sav, we got beef now. West Coast, East Coast rivalry is back.
Yeah, rivalry, let's go. Let's get it." but it was like, yeah, man, it was great to see that love, to hear, like, the two loudest voices in the auditorium were always King
Yes.
and hip hop.
Oh,
And
my
what's funny is
God.
they were cheering for completely different things.
Yeah,
It was
so
back and
literally
forth.
for the
It was Xbox versus PlayStation.
It was literally Xbox versus PlayStation in the crowd between these two when the nominees are getting announced on screen and King, what you call, like, yeah,
like
son.
DLC.
And then he's screaming out DLC. What you call, like, yeah, Spider-Man, this, that, and third. And King talking about that Spider-Man gonna have no wins. And like they're having their own personal thing going on while the show is going on. It's hilarious in the crowd.
It's hilarious. And these two you could, like, it's not a big auditorium, so you can hear them. You can hear the conversation.
Yes.
I mean, it was just it's a great time. Shout out to Harold, shout out to Reggie, shout out to Ryan for having us there. Neil, like you said, Neil, it was funny because I think I was the first one of us to I maybe you saw Neil before when they pulled you away.
Yeah, when I was in the green room.
In the green room, right? And we were still over in the lobby, but then Neil came out, right? And nobody had noticed him yet. And I was talking, I think it was me, Addict, and King, and maybe somebody else was talking to us. I know Gene was there, I think. And I look over to the side, and he's about to pull out his phone because it's like nobody's seen him yet. Nobody swarmed him. Yeah. I'm like, put that phone away, homie. So I go over there, shake his hand, congratulate him, tell him how much I love his games. And quickly, King came over. I'm like, but this man has something to say to you.
Them two had a moment. Yeah,
they had a moment because King
goes
funny.
hard for Last of Us. He goes hard. I know y'all like, oh, no PS6. King goes hard for Last of Us.
Listen,
no doubt.
There was some people on Twitter, like, I'm just gonna say it, hating. Like, we don't have, none of us on this show have ever ripped The Last of Us, have ever ripped Neil Druckmann.
I have.
Maybe.
Oh, yeah, maybe Addy.
I've definitely ripped Last of Us. Not necessarily ripped Last of Us. I just didn't like certain story aspects for Last of Us 2. I will say that after meeting Neil in person, I see him differently because I didn't really. All you could do is put like a face. Like you can't really put a personality. And he's like one of the most chilled back, laid back people I've ever met in the industry. Like, you got people walking around with like full blown bodyguards, and he's like just walking around.
He's chilling. He was chilling. So it was like, listen, we love The Last of Us. There's 2 specifically. King and I love that game, man. Everything that everybody hates about that game, we love. And to be able to talk to him about it and just say, thank you for that. Yeah. And for him to be as sort of warm and sort of receptive and just chilling there talking to us, taking pictures, it was a very, very cool thing. And you could tell, like, when he went up to give his speech, and I joked with him about it afterwards. It's like, I was like, you look like you would like wanted to run off stage. He was like, I'm such an introvert, man. Like, I don't ever really want to be doing that. I just want to be creating and not be the center of anything. And it shows, right? And it shows in his disposition, his personality. He is that type of person. But it was a beautiful night. Got to hang out with the homies, like you said, like Albert Donqua. We saw some jokes with Mr. Joanna Darkness. He was like, he's like, hey, Saab, I found this Starfield jacket in the garbage along with the copies of the game. Wow.
Messy. Yeah, so many people in the building. I think Bethesda was in the building.
Bethesda was in the building, yeah.
Last shout out I want to give is I really love that the New York Game Awards gives the developers their flowers.
Yes.
As far as giving them the time to get all the shine, to speak, to do, like, that means so much to me, and the categories and stuff like that. It was just dope, man. And what they did for me, I highly recommend. Again, go to nyvideocritics.com. Go check that out. Yeah, it's really cool. If you want to see the the show itself, you missed it. It's still up on YouTube. I'm putting a link in the description. You want to see us come out there. I guess I interrupted.
I saw a lot of people say stuff like, "Oh, are they ever gonna have like video game announcements?" Like, watch the show, and when they get the viewership, they can justify the video game announcements. Here's the thing: like, I do believe that if you guys show up and you watch these, they will get the announcements sooner or later.
Yeah,
like,
gotta support.
It's hard to convince like a developer or publisher to give them trailers when the traffic's not necessarily there. So like, give it a chance, guys. Like, it's a fun little time. Like, and this is, we say we want people to take stuff more seriously in the gaming industry. You got to show up when people actually try to do it.
That's a fact.
Yeah. Like anything in this industry, it only it's only gonna grow and evolve with support, and absolutely need the support. And we can't finish off without mentioning the true purpose of why this was all done and created. Was the fact is it's basically to educate and empower the youth, specifically of the Bronx, so our hometown, right? But I'm assuming the goal is to reach all of New York City, of the Bronx, to understand that these things that they're passionate about, these games, this industry, there's places for them, and they're not incapable of sort of breaching that barrier and getting into the game space and becoming either writers or devs in some way, shape, or form, a journalist, something of that matter. And thanks to like Rockstar and other New York-based devs, a lot of these kids are able to have opportunities to be interns at these places. Imagine interning at Rockstar.
Yo, I'm jealous, man. I wish they had these programs when we was coming up, man.
Exactly. And that's the thing for us coming up in New York City, in the Bronx, and not having any of this.
Yeah.
It is such a proud moment to see that this is happening, and for us to, hopefully become a more integral part of it as time goes on is a special thing. And, shout out to Harold for seeing that need and looking for a way to address it. Shout out to Ryan for sort of now being sort of at the forefront of that, along with Harold being a teacher. He understands the needs. He understands what they need to do. And then shout out to Reggie as well, and everybody else on that board who sort of gives of their time to, and Reggie, Phil, obviously Neil now, give of their time to teach these kids that, hey, there's a place for you here. Don't think that if you're not a math person, you can't get into the games industry. Don't think that if you're like we were talking about, you're not on the West Coast, you can't get into the games industry. It empowers these kids to follow their dreams. Because when you're a kid, chances are you probably like video games, right? The idea of I'm going to be a doctor, I'm going to be an astronaut, maybe is a little more abstract. But video games you probably play every single day and say, hey, I love this. What if I could do this? And there's so many avenues to get in, but they just don't know. And, coming from where we come from, it's still not easy. Like I would say I would say it's harder now than it was when we were coming up in a lot of ways.
Because there's more competition now than there was back
There's
then.
more competition, and just like, there's been, in some ways, right? I kind of feel like the Board of Ed has deteriorated somewhat. I mean, there's no school that it was like the school that Cog and I attended anymore. Like, there isn't that anymore. So, and there's so much overcrowding and multiple schools in one building, and it's a lot. So to see these kids getting the specialized attention to sort of be able to sort of fulfill the things that they're passionate about and their dreams, it's a special thing. So I'm glad that we're part of it.
Absolutely. And shout out to King David for having the greatest job of the evening. The man was the #1 shooter for Reggie Fils-Aimé. He was instructed to protect Reggie for the night, and it wasn't nobody getting next to Reggie unless Reggie told King it was a go. So shout out to the #1 shooter on deck, King David, new job assignment. This man was holding the whole building down. The Lords were entrusted to hold down Reggie, but King took the job very seriously. He was on it.
The thing is, King has done this in the past many years ago, right? So the thing I noticed, and I was like standing and watching, because Reggie kind of takes one corner of the bar and people come to talk to him, whatever. But if there's no one around him, he will get swarmed by people.
Yeah, people will.
Overwhelming.
Yeah, it's overwhelming.
Like last year he was swarmed, and there was whoever he had with him, whatever didn't stay, whatever the case may be, he was more swarmed last year. So he wanted just to be able to kind of single file talk to people or whatever.
Yeah.
And I'm looking at King, and it's just like, King is having conversations with people while out of his periphery noticing who's trying to, pull up on Reggie. And it's just literally just a slight movement of the body without even looking at the individual. Nah, you're not going nowhere.
Nah, you're not doing that.
Nah, you're not going nowhere. Oh, and then he slides back to another position, talking to somebody. Never looks up, talking to whomever he's talking to. Next person he sees out of his periphery, try to sneak behind. Hey, what's going on?
What's going on? What's up? What's popping? Like, King in person is a different beast.
Like, you got a ticket? You got a ticket?
Yes.
He would look at Reggie. He good? Okay.
He'd be like, yo, Reggie, you good? All right, cool. Yo, King was holding the spot down, man. Salute to him, bro. It was and for us, I was just looking. I'm like, look where we all come from.
Yeah.
And we could tell a story that we're in the room with Neil Druckmann, Reggie Fils-Aimé, all these luminaries, and we're holding them down. Like, bro, this is dream stuff. So
And
I'm
it's
like,
funny, it's Bronx boys taking care of a Bronx
of a
boy.
Bronx
like-
boy. Salute. You already know. But yeah, New York, go check that out. I'll put the link in the
What's up,
description.
Hip-Hop?
What's up, hip hop?
Yeah,
Oh,
what up, brother?
man, hip hop, what's going
Yeah.
on? What's
poppin', son?
bro,
ILP
you-
in the building, the
bro,
city, son. The GOAT. What up?
Let me tell you something, brother. Like people can say what they want. I've been podcasting for a while. Obviously, you are OG in the game. You inspired a lot of us to get into the game because we watch you. You know, so I've been there since shots fired. You know what I'm saying? So I already
Yeah.
know.
Oh, wow,
You know what I'm
wow.
saying? So my thing is, it's one thing to, because you do this more than me. Like, you're up in front of crowds. You do this. So like, it's one thing to be behind my computer and be like, introducing. It's another thing to get on the stage and be like, introducing Reggie.
Yeah.
And like, and
I
here's
will
the
never-
thing. When you setting it off in the building, like, you the first to set it off, you know what I'm saying? It's a little pressure with that, but I ain't go
You set the tone, son.
facts.
Yeah,
So when
I'll
I
never
get up
forget
there,
when-
one second, I just got to give hip hop his flowers on it. So I get up there, so I'm like, Cog, just be yourself, have fun. Don't get too crazy with it. And I look and I see you, I'm focusing on you. So then you like, yeah, Iron Lord's in the building. What's going on? I'm like, oh, I'm good. Dude. I said, hip hop gave me strength right now. I'm good right now. I love you, bro. But continue, Addy. And I had to tell hip hop that what was going on in my mind
too,
while I'm
man.
doing it. Salute.
Yeah, I was gonna say I'll never forget like one of the most nerve-wracking things that's ever happened to me, and I've said the story before, but you know we've grown a lot since then. It was at like the second PAX East we went to, and I was walking down, and hip hop was like essentially shoutcasting for AMD.
Yes.
And so
Yes.
he's sitting there and he's got this microphone. He's like, and I'm walking by. He's like, "Oh my God, the Lord's here in Florida!"
And
Keep
then
in mind,
pull
there's
you
probably
in.
100 people between me and him. So I'm like,
Facts.
this man did not just do that.
Facts. Hip hop, what was your experience, man? New York Game Awards, you was in the building. Tell me about your experience, brother.
Yo, son, I was just hyped to see everything, son. You know what I'm saying? Like, you know how I get down, son.
Facts.
Seeing y'all go up there, seeing my man Tony Polanco hit the stage. You know what I'm
Yep.
saying? You know what I'm saying? Sherry Smith killing it. You know what I mean? My man Harold Ryan, just everybody. I was just happy to be there. You know what I'm saying? Big Reg, PX. It was going down. So for me, it was just great to be in a room with love. You know what I'm saying? Like the energy felt real different. Like for example, when you go to like the Game Awards, you know what I'm saying, out in LA, that's dope too, but it wasn't this. So here's the difference, right? The difference is I was at a concert with my man KRS-One, right?
Oh, you ain't
Yeah.
going to just slide that you was chilling with the teacher. You was
yeah,
Biggie
chilling
that
with the
Boogie that was in the
teacher,
building. Okay.
Yeah, so I was with KRS-One, right? And he had did a show at SOBs. Now he said he could have did the same show at Yankee Stadium himself and sold out 30,000, whatever. But you can never forget where you come from, and that love, and that core, and that raw energy, and also reaching the people that may not have an opportunity to go to the Yankee Stadiums of the world. So to me, the New York Game Awards is the foundation in the culture. It's the concrete of why we love games and why we love the culture. You know what I'm saying? So everything don't gotta be like commercial and status and my click and your click.
Right.
Sometimes it's just we here for a bigger purpose, bigger than us, and that's what the NY Game Awards was. And that's why, like, being in that room and seeing y'all go up, that energy was just on 1,000 plus another 1,000, and I love y'all for it. So
Love
that's
you,
the
bro.
way it was for me when I was in there. As soon as I walked in, son, I seen King and I seen all my. So I came out the Escalade, you know what I'm saying? Stepped in and stuff like that, walked in, I'm like, yo, what up? You know what I mean? As soon as I walk in, you know how it is when I come
Belt was
around,
shining. Belt was shining. Gear
you know
was
what I'm saying?
fly.
It was amazing. And also, come on, man, Neil Druckmann, so he was stealing the chop. Yo, shout out to Neil Druckmann, because he's a big fan of Method Man and Redman.
Say word.
And-
I was talking hip hop. I missed that part.
yeah, we was talking hip hop, yeah, son. Because like, yo, so fun fact, you know, people see me with Kid Capri, KRS-One. You about to see another icon that I got with me. Like, it's different over here. They call me hip hop gamer for a reason, so get ready. But I'm telling you, Neil Druckmann is a hip hop head, and I asked him personally. I was like, yo, like if there's a hip hop artist that you could bring into your next game or just work with or something like that, who would it be? And he was like, I worked with Logic before and stuff like that.
Oh, that's
I would love
Addict
to get
Man.
Yeah, but he was like, I would love to get Method Man or Redman on something. So I said, I say no more.
Oh, okay, y'all cooking. Okay, I think I caught the tail end of this because y'all was talking towards the end of the state. Oh, that's what's up. Salute. I'm mad I didn't get a part of that conversation.
Yeah, ask King about it.
Oh,
King
that's ill.
Ask King about it.
Speaking of King, last time I know your time was limited, but last thing, y'all two are the funniest. Yo, every award. This King was like, yeah, PlayStation in the building. Yeah, we won that. They start, you know it was on when the multiple choice before the show started, and they go on PlayStation versus Xbox.
It was pretty like. I was sitting there because you guys saw. I was like, isn't that a way to start a console? Yo,
if y'all, what it is they both so loud, and the way the theater, the audio travels, it was just funny because you can hear it. You know what I'm saying? But it was all love, man. I love you, bro. Like that was a moment. We was dying laughing with y'all, man. Salute.
It was crazy, man. It was incredible. So like, I appreciate y'all, man. And yo, when I tell y'all like ILP is like so huge, I'm gonna tell y'all something right now. Like, cause I was already talking. I said this years ago, and I said that Xbox should have Iron Lord's podcast on the dashboard of their system. So the moment you turn on your Xbox, you see Iron Lord's podcast, you see Game Attack Radio, like you see all these things like culturally. So I
like this. Keep going. Keep talking. Let's speak it into existence.
Yeah, so let's just say I'm blessed to be in such a incredible, powerful position, not just in gaming culture, but in culture period, entertainment, fashion, you name it. So like, let's just say I was with somebody like yesterday.
Okay.
That is like an alumni, you know what I'm saying, for the Microsoft family. And we got to make this happen, man. We ain't just talking about it. We gonna be about it. Man. Like, y'all really need to be, like Jason Ronald, that's my dude.
Oh, that's the dude.
Jason Ronald, that's fam.
Facts.
Like, yo, we need ILP needs to be on that dashboard when you turn on an Xbox system.
I'm with it.
I need it. And we're gonna make it happen.
We're gonna make it. We're gonna have to come to the office because we're gonna talk.
I'm gonna have to eat all my words then. I
love
y'all.
Listen, brother. I mean it too.
Man.
I mean, yo, the sky's the limit. The potential is there. There's a lot of things and dreams that we want to accomplish. That night was very special and one of those. But I agree with you, hip hop. We got to take this thing further. And obviously, you're an inspiration. And we go into the office because this got to go down and meet with your man and really build. And that's what I love about you. Everybody coming together and rising each other up instead of all this. You know what I'm saying? We could be stronger together. So salute to you, brother. And definitely for that.
Hip hop is one of the few people I know that has connections that doesn't hesitate to share those connections.
Yeah,
we good. We all build it. Educate. Other people I talk to, they just be like, nah, I'm good. Like, we ain't because hip hop is confident in himself. Other people see you as potential competition if you get too big. Hip hop's like, we all can thrive together. We don't have to start gatekeeping who gets emails and who gets this and who gets that. Like, that's what's actually going to grow the community. I will say it's one of the reasons that the West Coast does so well is because they are very cliquish with each other and they're very helpful to help each other. Besides hip hop, there's not a lot of people on the East Coast I know like that. Like,
we got to do better.
Yeah, like Attic is absolutely right. Remember, I'll just bring this up real quick. All the way back in the day, in the N4G days, you know what I'm saying, when I was on N4G and stuff like that, right? I'm gonna just keep it a buck with you. The first year I ever went to E3, shout out to my brother Torrance Davis, who gave me my start.
Salute. I remember him.
You know what I'm saying?
Yes.
So like, Torrance told me personally, he's like, yo, you're not gonna need me like after this because of the way I, performed and like got things done in 08, right? So in 09, I had like 9 people come with me to E3. That's how big everything got. And trying to help people, spread the love, put people on. You try to do all these things. And what's crazy is I was met with a lot of people saying like hip hop gamers shouldn't represent like the gaming culture because the way he talks or the way he looks, that's not professional. That's not considered this. It's not considered that. And then there was times where things would happen to me and I would try to like fight the situation where it's like, no, this is wrong. Like IGN or Kotaku may have taken the article from me, and then it'll get taken down, but there's a stay up. And I'm like, Info G, what's up with that? Here's the receipts. What's up? Look, why it's happening. But what I learned is it's not even about being right or wrong or about being real, you know, a lot of times in the space. So once I learned that and I understood how to navigate things, I was like, oh, okay, I see how this go. There's really no difference from the hood and the way I started navigating the business side of the gaming industry. So what
people
it did
don't realize
was,
it's like another language with that business, like how to navigate in the industry.
yeah, it's different. So what happened is I'm the kind of person where because of where I come from and you know I grew up, I'm very comfortable in pressure situations. I'm very comfortable with things going against me. So when you think it's hurting me, you're actually helping me because I'm actually built for it. Whereas I'm built for something that you're not. So now we're gonna see. And this is why I tell a lot of people, and even right now, I tell a lot of content creators, you know, be careful like how you place value on yourself. The more you label yourself as a subscriber, a follower, a number, the moment you label yourself like that, where it's like, hey, I got these followers or I got this number, so then you're only going to be as good as that. And then if your numbers start to go down or things that's out of your control start happening, you got to keep up this facade now, and then you'll do anything to keep that, and then that creates reckless behavior, and then next you know, Twitter fingers is all over the place. So
we know
what
about
I try
that.
to tell people is always operate at the source. Like everybody that's listening right now, always operate at the source. Because people can say whatever they want, but when you operate at the source, that's when you are actually in control and your relationships are a lot stronger. So for me, I never had a job in the gaming industry at all. I've always been independent since day one. Y'all see how I move. I give connections. I help people. I say this, I say that. But at the end of the day, I just mind my business, do my thing, and then you read about it later. So at the end of the day, whoever needs help, I'm always open. I'm always down. But remember, nobody owes you anything. Put God first with everything that you do. And if you truly, truly love the gaming industry and you love what you do and you love the culture, everything else will fall into place properly as long as you love it. So just keep loving it.
Well said, brother.
That's
preaching.
it, B.
He preaches, so I want to give some bars hip hop. I know we gotta keep it low. I want to Soft to give hip hop some bars though.
Nah,
Yeah,
I mean,
look, what's up, baby?
yeah, you know, we spoke a little bit, and like you were saying, like it's time to build, it's time to really grow this and sit down and chop this up and grow this thing. Because again, like we were talking about with the East Coast, like for us, this like sort of intimate setting for the Game Awards, the fact that is built off of trying to teach the kids that come from where we come from, that there's a better way. There's a better way, and these things that we grow up loving, that our parents are like, oh yeah, it's not gonna amount to anything. You're wasting your time, whatever. Now is this multi-billion-dollar, trillion-dollar
Everybody want a partner. Now everybody know about video games now.
Right, with so many avenues to be successful in, and the fact that we get to be a part of that, and it's all thanks to you and the positivity, bro. Because the thing is, if you don't have somebody like you that's spitting what you spit and talking the way you talk about how you want to move in the industry, whether it's for a personal reason or just how you want to project who you are, where you're from, and how much you love the games. If not for that, everybody starts falling into, like you said, Twitter fingers, and everything becomes negativity. Everything becomes all this stuff that isn't even real. It just kind of lives in the ether on Twitter. It's not even real.
Facts.
These things that we're doing, they're real, and they're gonna make a real impact. And that's to me the biggest thing, that we get to do all of this together. You're helping us out in terms of what we're able to do, who we're able to access, and kind of increasing our reach, at the same time creating this hopefully powerful network moving forward that allows this space to grow in ways, you know, that we're going to see more people with faces like ours.
Yes, absolutely.
That's a fact.
That's an important thing, man. So I always love, brother. Always love.
Salute.
Thank you, man. The last thing I say before I step out of here, son, is the program, because you're talking about the kids and everything. So the program that I got is called Playmakers, and I'm a partner with the Board of Education. Also, I'm a minority business enterprise certified company as well. You know what I'm saying? I'm also partnered with Chase Bank, New York Stock Exchange,
Let's go.
nationally syndicated, like all of these other things. So here's what I want to tell y'all. I actually got kids going to school right now getting paid to play games right now. And we just did our first session on the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles Shredder's Revenge game.
Shredder's Revenge,
Where we had the
nice.
kids, we had the kids, 6th, 7th, and 8th graders play the games. And when you hear the way they speak on games, I will put money up against like the kids that I rock with, against any journalist on, I don't care if it's IGN, GameSpot, like what you name it. I will take the kids that I rock with against anybody. And you will be surprised at the difference, the passion, the detail that you would get from them versus the criticism and the anal thought process that you see in today's culture when it comes to gaming. Because a lot of the kids, when they play the game, they play free. They play for having fun and enjoyment. Whereas when you have a job and you thinking of clicks and you don't want to get fired, you're playing
mindset different.
You're playing from a standpoint of fear.
No, it's the mindset is different.
Yeah, so when you playing free, you can be honest, be real, and enjoyful. When you playing for fear, regardless of what the truth is, I got to keep this job because I got a family to feed. I don't knock nobody's hustle.
Facts.
But what I am saying is there's a lot that come with the territory with the way you decide to operate within your field.
No, that's facts.
So I'm gonna say it like this: all the kids got $100, dog, to play the game, review the game, tell me what they thought. It was all on OBS. They got filmed. I got everything. It's about to come out on Hot 97. It's gonna be crazy.
Dope.
And it's a gaming team, and it's just like how you got a basketball team or NFL team in school. You got a gaming team in school. It's crazy. It's unbelievable. Not just esports. It's gaming as a whole. And when I tell y'all to see so many kids, there's this one girl, this one black girl, and she was so intricate, dog, on the way she broke down Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. And all the kids was talking about how much they loved the 90s hip-hop soundtrack. The Ninja Turtles game. All of them said that, like, and this is on their own. And what's so crazy about that is these 10 and 11-year-olds,
they weren't even born,
you wouldn't even think that they would love the hip-hop from back in the day. And they love it because they experience it through video games. That's
love, bro.
This is what we do, baby.
That's what we doing. Yo, real quick, where can I know you got it cooking, but like, where can people find the information or just stay tuned or when it's about to go there? Because you spitting right now, and we need to have the people support this. So should they follow the Twitter account and stay tuned to that? Where should they be tuned in for the next move?
Follow me, dog. Instagram, Twitter, Google me, whatever. Everything is Hip Hop Gamer. Just follow me. And my email is right there, hiphopgamer at hiphopgamer.net, or you can connect with me on IG, whatever. Like, I'm a approachable person. Like, you know what I'm saying? You can hit me up, like, it's fine. I'll get back to you, or my team will get back to you. But either way, we'll make it happen.
Put that in the chat right now. Support my mans. He got things cooking right now for the culture. You already know hip hop. I appreciate you, brother. You already know. Always love the legendary hip hop gamer. You already know, brother. Love you, bro.
Love y'all, man.
Y'all bless you, bro.
All right, no doubt. Salute. Addict. So we got any super chats?
Yeah, we got a few. We got a few. All right, let's put the crest in the chat for Lord Silver Hector, the Macho Man. Oh yeah. Then we got Dr. Strangelove. With a normal super chat, $5 super chat.
Normal.
Y'all need to give Microsoft the smoke today. There's no excuse for a $1 trillion company to fire 1,900 people. These companies are not our friends. Yes, that is true. They're not our friends.
We will discuss.
And we got Forza Legend member for 49 months, Lord Bronze. People act like Phil didn't say there would be massive changes once the merger was done. I believe people hear what they want to hear, honestly.
We'll get to
We will discuss.
Then we got Gaming Forte, member for 49 months, Lord Bronze.
Hey,
At
Forte.
6:30 Eastern time, the weight of the pride will bear down on the Niners. Cog, I'll be checking for proof of life regularly during the game. Score 32-27 Lions.
He talking. I'm staying quiet. I got my red and gold on, but I'm staying quiet. We're going to see what happens. But salute to Forte. Salute to the Lions. You already know I got love for them. You know what I'm saying? Me and Forte talked before. We both got respect for each other. So if we pull up for the other one, whoever win, we pull up for them as a representative for the Super Bowl.
You always gotta. If you get beat, I think it's just good etiquette to support the team that beat you.
Except the teams you can absolutely stand.
Absolutely
and
stand.
I don't have no beef with the Lions. Like I've been rocking. I've loved them since the Barry Sanders days. There ain't no beef.
I feel the same way. I don't watch football like that anymore. I will watch championship games.
Yeah.
Barry Sanders made me a Lions fan, and
Bro.
I was a Barry Sanders fan, right?
Yeah,
And
special.
along with him came the Lions, and that dude was so special that I was just like, I would take Barry Sanders in every game. Tecmo Bowl.
Facts.
And really only Bo Jackson was kind of outdoing
OP.
him. Barry Sanders was just, oh, Jesus Christ.
You already know. Salute. What else we got?
Okay, so in response to Forte, Snowball Backslap, member for 43 months, Lord Bronze, Gaming Fraud-Tay is not a real Lions fan. He is a fair weather Patriots fan. If he was a real Lions fan, he'd already know their fate based on history.
Oh, no, not the expose.
So he called, so no more calling it. It ain't happening. Not today, Satan. Not today. Then we got Robert Kellett, $5 super chat. Blessed day. Thoughts on Xbox getting the bad port of Palworld? I know it's early access, but how it runs only pushed me to play OG Pokemon. Whatever.
Wow. Oh, wow. Salute. Hopefully, like I said, what is it? Pocket Pair said they got some updates coming soon. So we'll see.
I mean, it was, they already knew it was a couple of updates behind. So,
Yeah, part of the issue I do have with that is like, we do know that Microsoft gave them a pretty substantial bag to go on Game Pass.
Yeah.
So it's just like, man, like I would have pushed for the whole thing to be delayed before I get the GIMP version of it.
Yeah,
Like,
that is true. That is
at
true.
least have the server portion of it.
Yeah, hopefully they get that resolved and rectified.
Then we got Tyrone Liggums, $5 super chat.
Yeah.
I heard Queenie been having problems with his ships in Starfield. I let him ride my rocket to the moon free of charge, boo-boo. Wow.
Whoa. Oh, who's we doing? Who's Queenie? What we doing?
I guess King, you talk about
Nah,
King.
he ain't talking about the car. He ain't talking about that. You can't come for the
Wow.
line like that.
He keeps the man's out here to defend himself. No, let's not do that. Please elaborate on who you're talking
Yeah,
about.
who you
Maybe don't.
Maybe don't. Yeah, let's not. let's keep it moving.
There we go. Robert Kelly again, $5 super chat. Hyped to see the Lords this March. Can't wait for me and Astro to tell everyone why Sonic is peak fiction. That is correct. As a reminder, we will be at PAX East in March.
Facts.
And then coming in hot on March 24th, we'll be opening the show for Sacred Symbols 300 in NYC. At the very same theater where the Game Awards were held, the SVA theater.
SVA.
It's
Pull up.
going to be hot. Pull up. I heard them tickets went like fire.
Yes. And I heard the tickets went for and King, I'm telling you right now, he got things cooking for this. He got plans for that show. I was just going to worry.
All I'm saying is whatever's left of the, because I know they sold all the VIPs. When those go public, if you guys live in that New York area,
Facts.
I would be there.
Yeah, you need to be there.
Saying,
Like stuff
I
King
might
is
have to. I might have to point out. I don't know that dude.
King is definitely looking to set it off. Let's just say that. No doubt.
To put it this way, he was joking with the people from LSM, saying what he was going to do, and they said, "Now, King, I expect you to do it." So it gave him the green light.
Now
to
he
do
got
it.
the green light. Like,
Ben was like, I would be mad if you didn't do this.
Woo! Listen, y'all better be ready. Y'all know how the front line do.
Yeah. So pull up is going to be hilarious. It's going to be fun.
Yeah, we'll most likely be at the VIP session.
Yeah.
Yeah,
No doubt.
we'll see. We'll see. Let me see. Oh, Gaming Forte, $5 super chat. Never said I was a patriot. Never said I was. Patriots until I die, slow mo.
Oh.
Always been a Lions fan, but your boy ain't those like those Cowboys fans that believe for belief's sake.
He rocking with 2 T's. He cheating.
He rocking. Well, he doesn't really
He
have
from the
faith
town.
in one of them. He doesn't
Yeah.
really have faith in one of them. They've
Yeah, now they up. He back.
yeah.
I got you, Forte. I
They
got you.
betrayed you once too many times.
That was
to
a lot
have
of
belief.
pain. You had to let that go. No doubt. What else you got?
Then we got Hargeet Chani, member for 31 months, Lord Gold. Shout out to ILP for presenting at the New York Game Awards. Adding to the totals, Nintendo and Xbox get another Game Award each. And of course, PlayStation/Spider-Man comes away empty-handed with no award. Yes, I believe the number 9 was getting passed around.
Messi.
9 losses, yeah.
Messi, salute, Huggy, Shanique.
Then we have Bounty, $2 super chat. Wagwan Lords, enough respect. Enough respect.
Enough
Bounty.
respect, Bunty. You done know.
You done know.
You done.
I like Addict Jamaican. I like Jamaican Addict. I like Jamaican.
I like Jamaican addict. Say it again, addict. Let me get one more. Let me go.
Baby Snow. Baby Snow.
You done know.
Baby Snow.
We gotta get Informer and play it, bro.
Right.
And let him hear the lyrics to Informer. No doubt.
Then we have Marvin Goodyear, $2 super chat. My Zayu got hands for anybody that want them, Cog.
Oh, all right. Yeah, so it's what we're going to do. Here's the thing. When you see us on, we're probably setting up player matches. We probably put about 6 to 8 in the room. We're going to start bringing people in the community, yeah, because it's fun. Tekken is too fun. So, yeah, I'm down for all the smoke. And I need to know what y'all young kids are doing because y'all savages in this game. I got to catch up.
You know, I got my reflexes and
Bro, I got to get in the dojo. But I mean, I'm solid right now, but I ain't where I need to be. But yeah, we'll get that going.
Bro, I had dojo.
My friend Ronnie
God.
used to always think he was a head-to-head god until he got online.
Yeah. Online will humble you quick. Yeah.
Online in the
bro.
arcades for us back in the day, it'll let you know.
Facts, bro. What'll let you
we're
know
still
now?
pretty good, but we're still pretty good. But
What'll let you know now is Tekken 8 ranked. Keep playing. I was getting in ranked. I was like, oh, these boys getting it in. You know what I'm saying? But we're gonna talk about Tekken. We're gonna talk about Tekken.
Let me see. Dr. Strangelove once again, $5 super chat. Sob, next time security will not stop me from seeing you, my Savi Wabi.
No.
There is no barrier of force on this planet that will keep me from you. Hey man, you know,
Somebody ain't like that Ben
we
Smith
had
situation.
we had the shooters on deck.
Yeah,
We had the
yeah.
shooters on deck.
Yeah, they definitely would have tackled you.
Had Neil ready to jump. Neil was right there, ready.
Did you guys just not hear us say that the king was this personal security guard, Reggie? Like, you guys really want to play that game?
Yeah, I don't want to play that game. Not here, not on our home turf.
What else we got?
Then we have Daddy Passion Official. $2 super chat. Tekken 8 is all kinds of fire. Yes. It is all kinds of that Unreal Engine 5. Is,
Oh my Lord.
good God. Then we got Dr. Strangelove again, $2 super chat. That nasty blue rat has never had a good game.
Oh, the
Shout
disrespecting
out to
Sonic.
Sonic.
Disrespecting my man Kelly. Get him.
And it would not be a Sunday without JD Gamer, $2 super chat. Pathetic part begging ponies
Lord.
ain't got no games.
Here we go.
You need to TM that statement.
Yes. PPP loans.
Hey, we're caught up.
All right, cool. No doubt. Now it's my turn to get to talking. We got Patreon questions. We got about 3. Actually, one more super chat roll there.
Okay, hold on a second. Let me go back down. JD Gamer once again, $10 super chat. Microsoft laying off people as any profit-minded business would when you have 3 people doing the same jobs, 2 of which you don't need. Who and what company employs people that they don't need just for looks? It's true. We will talk.
We will discuss.
We will talk. And Dr. Strangelove once again, $2 super chat. MK1 in the trash. Tekken 8 clearing it. I would say, listen, we'll talk.
We'll talk. We're gonna talk Shay's love about that one. For sure. What else we got? We good?
That's it. We're caught up.
No doubt. Let me get these Patreon questions. I see my man Dirt Griggity in the building. So
Griggity.
Get a mic check right quick, Dirt, before I do my Patreon questions. Make sure you good.
Am I too low? Am I too high?
Yeah, we gotta bring you up. We gotta get the levels up. We gotta get the levels up. We gotta
Okay.
maybe go up in the Zoom settings or get your mic setting. We gotta hear the dirt. You already know.
I'm good. Or...
Yeah, you good now. Now you good.
I'm good now.
No doubt. Salute, bro. Appreciate you. Let me get these Patreon questions in the realm. Diogo Padrao. Hello, Lords. First, congratulations to all of you for hosting such an important event at New York. Hope you are all in good spirits and health. I know you will talk the layoffs around Microsoft and the industry itself, so I'll leave that to y'all. But I need to talk about the WB review code situation. I don't like these news outlets only cry wolf about not getting review codes when it affects them. Nobody, and I mean nobody, is entitled to a review code. Going to Twitter to voice a shout why the review is not out and putting blame on WB because they didn't give someone a code is ridiculous. How many times have reviews been in progress at the time the game came out when codes were given? This ain't new. Gamers know this, but now it affects them when then they use the excuse, oh, but people were asking about it. People ask about anything on social media. I'm sorry about my rant. Have a blessed Sunday, Lord. So this looks like a hot one, the WB situation. Attic, you want to set this off? You muted? Oh, I don't hear him. Yeah, he muted.
There was no lies detected in that statement. Hey,
How you gonna fold your arms and say it? There was no lies.
There was no lies behind that statement.
I can't.
You guys know how I feel about, sometimes I feel like the media's some of the most entitled people. Mm-hmm. When I go, the same people that tell me when I say I feel a way when a company worked with us over and over again, when it benefits them, but when it would benefit us with like a bigger game, mm-hmm. They don't respond. When I go on those rants, these are the same people that say, Addy, you're not entitled. But these are the same people on Twitter saying, why didn't we get a code? It's like, at the end of the day, it's like, look, like no one's entitled to a code. Now, I do think, the way things are handled with code reviews is weird. Like some people will get codes like long before other people. And to me, if you were going to get a code, you shouldn't have to me, like for instance, Infinite Wealth was like really weird on how things went like on that. So it's just like, if you're going to get a code on day one of the review process, but they send it to you maybe a week before the game comes out, and then some people got it 3 weeks before the game comes out, that's where I'm like, that doesn't make a whole lot of sense. If you were going to get a code, I wish the industry would just start handling that more effectively and just give everyone the code at the same time. Because to me, first off, you give certain sites codes. I remember Dying Light 2 didn't give, they were very bougie about certain media outlets getting codes before other ones. Mm-hmm. And it's like, all you really do is take advantage of people that want this bad. And what are they going to do when they get a code 2 or 3 days before the game comes out? And they have no choice. They're going to know like that, do unhealthy stuff when in some cases, people that get a fraction of your viewership on a media site because you're on YouTube and you're getting a lot more consistently and you have a more dedicated fan base, they're getting codes weeks before you get codes. So it's just like, to me, if you were going to get a code, this is only if you were going to get a code. Right. Now, if you didn't get a code, that's one thing. That's different. But if you end up getting a code for that game, like a day before it came out, and there's people that's had it for weeks, I don't like that. Because
so
to
like
me,
the separation. Okay.
Yeah, there shouldn't be no separation. Like, to me, all you're doing there is, especially smaller influencers, because they want it bad. They're going to stay up for a day or two trying to finish it just so they can get coverage. And you don't necessarily have to do that, but especially when you're right out the gate in these YouTube streets, you think you need to do that. And it's, to me, if you're going to give these people codes, let them effectively cover your game.
Yeah, enough time.
Because at that point, it makes it seem like you're just doing charity work, and these people should be lucky that they're getting the code in general. So it's like, you don't give them time to actually cover your game. And sometimes I feel like publishers and developers, they do that on purpose because they know that maybe they don't want as many people talking about their game at launch. Like,
it's a lot of politics, a lot of things.
It's just, there's certain things how codes are handled. I've already appreciated about anyone that works with us give us codes, but there are certain people, and we don't really work with too many of them, that it's just like, I just scratch my head how they handle codes, and I get it. Logistically, it makes sense to some degree, but at the same time, it's like if you're going to give people codes, just give them codes. Don't make them wait a day before the game comes out, because at that point, like, what's the point? Yeah. I don't have no problem buying your game. I want to cover your game. It's one of the reasons I went to streaming.
No, I feel
because it makes it a lot easier to cover games if you stream than it does if you're just like make a review and you get a game a day before. That's a debt. Like unless you sit there and play that game for 2 or 3 days straight, don't get sleep, do a review, that's over.
Yeah, because then you miss the zeitgeist most likely once the
and then people say, and then the media clickbaits everything, and you know it is what it is. You know, I personally think that it's not just Dustin, because Dustin's the person clearly we're talking about. It's a variety of everyone. You know, I think everyone needs to come together and say, we think we need. Particularly how things done. And at the same time, it's like, I did see some of the previews. It did seem like, here's the thing, like, I don't mind if people compare games to other games, because that's what they're used to. But if you start penalizing a game for what a studio's trying to do new, they're not making a Batman Arkham Asylum game. They're making something different. So to me, you can penalize on the combat. Me, personally, I don't like it because of the combat. But you don't see me like, I'm not Batman. Like, it's just like, to me,
basically
that's where
viewing it on the merits of what
the game actually is.
Okay, I see where you go. No, I got you. Solve your thoughts on the whole situation with WB and certain outlets and whatever people are saying they're not getting the codes. And a little bit of hubbub on social media.
So I don't know how true this is, but apparently not everybody's getting code. I'm hearing a lot of people.
Yeah.
Not many, if any.
Yeah.
The games don't go live until the servers go live. But then a lot
the
of people
early access. They bought early access.
No one's getting that.
Right. So the early access apparently goes live Monday. Right. So apparently tomorrow.
IGN's not even getting that, I guess.
Yeah. So look, looking at the article that Tom Marks printed, saying, he doesn't say anything egregious that makes it sound like they sound entitled. They're saying, look, we're not going to have it. When you're the biggest gaming website on the planet, people are going to wonder why you don't have something. So he got out in front of it and said, we don't have it. And he said, look, they told us that we're not going to get codes at all. So we're going to buy our codes and we're going to have the coverage to you when we can have it. And look at our preview coverage if you want to have an idea of what our previewers thought about the game. So it was a lot of
tell me how that ain't some ballsy moves right now. You already know what we vote in this game. Look at our preview coverage. We didn't like.
But it's like, but that's you inferring that that's what they mean by that. Like if they had come out and said something, I see this. I just feel like it was an opportunity for everybody on the internet to just jump on them and be like, yeah, I did.
I mean, let's be real
no
here.
W's for you.
Let's be real here. This is probably Warner Brother trying to premature damage control the game, because I don't see a lot of people. I don't see the game reviewing well. I might be wrong. I played the story. The story found like it was a solid experience. With
You're allowed to talk about that, sir? Just making sure.
They broke the embargo.
Okay.
They got so much bad publicity. They're like, the old people.
They had a better element. Put that out there.
Yeah, so it's I like the story. I just didn't like the gameplay. That was my big thing. So I think people might generate, because King loved it.
Yeah.
Kai loved it. So people might end up generating liking this game, but like to the masses, I don't think it's going to do well. I might be wrong. I hope I'm wrong. But I think this might be Warner Brother just trying to be a little selective, but that's their job too. PR is to do what they can to make the game sell better.
Protect the product, right?
I don't agree with it. That's why I said I feel like the industry needs to change in certain ways, but who am I to tell, a company that's trying to save sales not to save sales? I can disagree with the process, but I understand why they're doing it.
Yeah. Hey, I have a question.
I'm
sorry, fellas. I have a question.
Go for it.
So I really haven't been following this story
too
much. So I'm assuming that IGN didn't get the review codes and they're upset about it, and they went on Twitter and vocally talked about why they didn't get the codes or that they don't have the codes. Right? That's what we're talking about.
Yeah, that's pretty much the gist of it.
So I have a question. Do you guys think? I do remember IGN dropping some previews and saying that pretty much saying the game was trash. You know, I'm
Right.
I'm paraphrasing here, but they said the game wasn't that great. Do you think WB is kind of like, oh yeah, we saw y'all previews, y'all POS.
Did the
We saw what
preview
y'all
affect the?
Yeah, I mean,
It could 100% be the case, right? Because we talked about it, that it was like that title is unnecessarily sort of drawing attention to the fact that if somebody just wants to read about how much someone dislikes this, they're going to jump on it, and it's going to feel like it's inflammatory, right? As opposed to just saying, this is our preview coverage of this game, read it. No, they already told you what they thought about it in the title, which
yeah, they did.
right, and which is, you know, you didn't have to do that, right? And it speaks to two different things, right? This idea that now even the biggest platform, gaming platform on the planet, now has to, you know, scrape SEO for like titles that's going to give you clicks, and at the same time, it is this thing where it's like, as opposed to letting the public read it and find out about it through what you said, a lot of people are looking at the title saying, okay, it sucks. They think it sucks. I don't need to read this. I don't need to play this, and influencing in that way. So I could see that happening, but if that were the case, I would see that more people are saying they have the game, right? As and it feeling more like they were punishing quote unquote IGN for this. I haven't really seen that. So it could be more to what Addict's saying, which is like, hey, we're gonna protect this game to the very last second that we can.
Yeah.
We know it's gonna be divisive. We know some people like it a lot. We know some people don't like it a lot.
Right.
That means more than likely that score is going to be high sixes to middle sevens, probably middle sevens, right?
Right.
And maybe the story aspects taking it up a notch more. So again, as PR, you're doing your job, protecting the game, protecting the sales up until the point of launch. And at that point, it's out in the world. And what people feel about it's going to be out there, and people are going to be able to make their own decisions.
Yeah,
that's what it is.
I'll jump in. I'll make this quick because I know we go long on this one. But you know, it's one of those things that the way I've always been consistent. You know, there's a lot of codes, you know, we haven't gotten as an outlet, and yeah, there's disappointment. I'm not going to sit there. The human element is, you're disappointed. You want to cover the game, that kind of thing. But I've always been consistent that I feel like no one is entitled to a review code. That's at the discretion of the developer, the publisher, and how they want to handle it. And to me, it's like, you know, we also have to deal with the reality that, and this is human nature, sometimes when there is entitlement for something that you are used to, sometimes human nature is necessarily your emotions may spill over and react, you know what I'm saying, unfavorably to that thing that you think you should get. So I get it. I've been there sometimes, like, yo, we ain't get that joint, you know what I'm saying? And I had to check myself, like, yo, fam, you ain't, you know what I'm saying, you ain't owed nothing. Yo, just keep grinding. Eventually your time gonna come. So to me, this is not nothing new. I do think, you know, it's unfortunate. Obviously, they wanted to cover it, you know what I'm saying? But it didn't happen. But it ain't no biggie for me. It's just like, I hate to be foul, but it's like, welcome to the real world where everybody else is going through it. And again, no one is entitled. They can do it. And people can say, oh, well, they're cherry picking or whatever. It's their right to do whatever they want to do. At the end of the day, they're in the business of trying to make this game sell the most copies, get the exposure they wanted to get, and what influencer they choose, that's on them. And it's up to you that after it come out, for you to make decisions like, nah, this was whack. I see what they do. Or afterwards, you know what? It was good. It was a little, you know, kind of thing. But that's where I'm at with it. Anything else before we move on to the next page? We got two more.
We got, yeah. Do you want to just let me go with?
Oh, we still got, because we got like two long Patreon questions. But you want
these are three super chats.
Okay,
some of them, they're specific to this. So let me see. Hector the Macho Man, $10 super chat. All hail the great and powerful lords. I'm so happy that the lords got to smell the flowers you earned and deserved. You turkeys better be cool in the chat with my Uncle Dirt. WBG TTS gang in this.
Watch your mouth. That's right.
What's up, Hector?
Gang,
gang, bang, bang.
And then we got Kit Smooth, member for 40
Smooth.
Bronze. Did Destin cost IGN Suicide Squad review codes? If so, can't that impact his job there? I listen. You guys mentioned Destin, so what did he say? Because I didn't hear what he said specifically. What did he say?
I mean, paraphrasing, the latest tweet looked like it was kind of like, yo, we didn't get it, but at the end of the day, I'm still pulling for the game. I think the vibe I get, there was some backlash to the title of that review, and I think he's responding to that as well as saying, hey, we still hope the game does well or whatever.
Does well, right. Okay, so at the end, look, I don't know that that can happen anymore, right? A lot of us who've been in the space a long time know what happened with Jeff Gerstmann back in the day. Yeah. He was at GameSpot.
Yes.
He reviewed, I think it was it Army of Two or something like that?
Yeah, I remember that. Yeah.
And he gave it a bad score because he said it was a bad game. And they, the publisher was not happy with that.
EA, right? The publisher was EA.
I believe it was EA, yes.
Yeah.
We could be wrong about the details of this, but what happened was that he ended up getting fired over not wanting to acquiesce to the demands of this publisher of giving them a better score. That ain't happening anymore. That was just a bad look all the way around. So yeah, I don't think that's gonna happen. You got to be able to voice your opinion on something. You're gonna catch the smoke from the internet regardless. To lose your job over something like that would cause a big hubbub that I don't think IGN
he's not
wants.
losing his job over that.
Oh, they said it was Kane and Lynch. Not
yes,
Army
it was
of Two.
Kane and Lynch.
Yeah.
Not Army of Two, Kane and Lynch 2, right? It was Kane and Lynch 2?
Yeah.
Kane and Lynch 2.
I
that's
remember
right.
that. Yeah.
So
what do you think the people are saying that they see some of these people clearly
Square Enix.
either have like alternative motives or they just not playing the game, and this is like the publisher's way of like
to kind of
shooting back.
I've been hearing that, and I listen. I'll speak for myself. I've heard internally that publishers, some publishers, especially if they feel the reviews are completely unfair or make like really personal style attacks, right? They've been making internal decisions. I have heard this, and the way things are being distributed, we kind of may be in a shift in the way certain things. So just be on the lookout for that. Maybe not every publisher, but some. Some is what I mean.
All right.
Well, we have Lucius Augustus, $5 super chat, and this speaks to that a little bit. IGN has a higher weight on Metacritic, so them rating the game badly day one would tank the game, even if most publications like it. Meta weight sucks. I think there is truth to this, right? Where a bad IGN review is probably the one that's at the top of the list on Metacritic when you go, whether it's good or bad. It's probably the one that's right near the top. And that matters to a lot of people. Matters to a lot of people. They put a lot of weight into that.
Yeah. What you call it? They said Strange Love said you missed one of his super chats, but
Strange Love.
Yeah, I think maybe
quick,
after.
you read
Yeah. Okay.
When it comes down to like bad takes and stuff, like the only time I have an issue with a review is if I feel it was a genuine. As long as it's genuine, you got to deal with the consequence. I think this is one of the scenarios where IGN rarely deals with their reviews because they're so big. It's hard to really like just shut them out. But it's just like, look, if that's IGN's legitimate issues with the game, then I'm cool with that. Now, I don't agree with publishers like attacking, like not necessarily attacking, like penalizing companies for just giving a bad review. It's different from giving a bad review to having alternative motives shitting on a game. Right. I think that's different. But as far as just like, look, this game's not the greatest, we really want different. I think that's okay. But if if there's like some alternative motive, we don't like Suicide Squad, or for instance, they're just giving it a bad review because it's not, the next Batman game. I do think that's one of the things where, okay, that's messed up. Yeah,
preview impressions from probably the biggest outlet does affect things, right? So we got to talk about the business of it, which is real. But continue, we got a lot to go talk about.
There was a couple I did miss. JD Gamer, $2 super chat. Lions forever, baby.
Pride.
Then we got Forza Legend, $2 super chat. Cog Infinite Wealth story is amazing. Please finish. Oh, he will.
Yeah. Trust me. Tekken first, almost there. Started Infinite Wealth. We'll talk about it.
Then we got Dr. Strangelove, $5 super chat. WB not giving anyone review codes because they know they have a nasty live service looter shooter stinker. Cog, I blame Destiny for this.
What did Destiny hold their reviews from anybody? No, stop it.
Then we We got JD Gamer $5 super chat. Pathetic port begging
Oh,
ponies
Lord.
got no games, and all those narratives keep falling down. Shout out to Dirt and Forte. It's a special day in the D. Pause.
Yeah, man.
Whoa.
Today, Lions, baby.
Oh, that's right. I got dirty. I got it.
Yeah, man.
Oh, man.
Born and raised in Detroit, baby.
Oh,
Root for them Lions.
man.
Hey, I
We
can't believe we're here, man.
Salute to y'all.
Never been.
Salute to y'all. Facts,
Last
facts.
time they was in this business, I was 14. Bro.
Wow.
Salute. We got the pride in the building. What else we got?
Yeah, I feel that. Then we got JD Gamer $2 super chat. Pathetic port begging ponies got no games. Hashtag no PS.
Holding it down for the general in his absence.
For the general, always.
see
I like
you.
JD game with style, man.
JD Gamer go hard. He outside with it. Holding the pants in the line. We good?
Caught up.
All right, 2 more Patreon questions. We got to go. We didn't get to the topics yet. All right, user not found. Hope all is well in the realm. My question kind of relates to the recent cancellation of Odyssey, but it goes a bit beyond that. For a long time since, even before Redfall, to be honest, we've heard people say that Xbox needs to get more involved with the studios they acquire and ensure the games they are producing are up to standard. This talk hit its peak when Xbox began being completely blindsided by Redfall and its overall reception, and I saw a lot of people saying stuff like, what is Xbox doing? This should have been canceled. If this was PlayStation, they would have canceled it. With the recent cancellation of Odyssey, could we take this as an indication that Xbox is getting more involved with the studios due to never wanting a Redfall situation to ever come close to happening again? And what potentially could that mean for the future? Just to be clear, I'm not saying Odyssey would have been another Redfall or anything close to it. We don't know enough about what the actual plans for Odyssey were outside some of the basic ideas to determine if Odyssey would have been a good or bad game. My question has more to do with Xbox getting more involved in the first place and what that means going forward. Regardless, hope all the lords in the chat have a great rest of their Sunday. Saul, what about you, man? What you feel about this Odyssey situation? It's a great question.
So I'm hearing that it was an engine issue, right? That like going back to the discussion about Halo Infinite, right? Is that slip space and sort of tech debt, and not for a game that you want to survive for many years. It seemed like they built it on tech that was not going to be able to cut it years down the line, and so that's what I'm kind of reading right now. As an and kind of an overarching reason for it. Right. Beyond that, I mean, just me inferring and assuming, maybe this is just not when you think about like a Scalebound, right? And what happened there, it was like, well, the game's been in development for a long time. Maybe where the game stood at this point and the amount of money it would still require to reach the finish line was not something that they were willing to spend on that type of game. Coming from, now one thing that would have been interesting to see is that type of game coming from Blizzard, right?
Yeah.
With Blizzard being just generally, obviously not in recent years, but generally being known for the quality of their games, it could have been a return to form, right? Maybe that it could have been seen that way. But for whatever reason, do I think it is kind of a reaction to them, kind of dropping the ball on Redfall and sort of the backlash they got off of that? Maybe internally they're thinking like, you know what, we need to look at this stuff as early as possible. This is 6 years in the tank, and now that we have to, we have access to look at it, because technically they couldn't look at it before. They made the decision that it wasn't worth it to continue developing it and spend whatever they needed to spend on it to bring it across the finish line. So again, who knows what it would have been? Who knows how far along it was? I saw some reactions from people on the dev team. I think this dev team was one of the teams that was really kind of gutted.
Yeah.
If I'm not mistaken.
Whole team.
Yeah, they were.
Yeah, pretty much. So it's it's sad for them, and a lot of people seem to be happy with what they were creating. So again, we'll never know at this point. But they made that decision. What it's based off of? Again, I get it. I get it, because it is that thing of like, we don't want to continue being known as this company that keeps taking bets on things that don't pan out, and next thing you know, this game's been in development for 10 years and it's still not great, or still hasn't come out. So I understand, but it is tough because they just kind of jumped in, assessed, and made a decision on something that was 6 years in the making. So that's a tough thing, tough pill to swallow for sure.
Doubt.
100%.
Attic, your thoughts?
I think they're looking at the landscape. They're like, look, as far as like these survival games, Arcs out there. We have that in Game Pass. Palworld, we have that in Game Pass. Not to mention like what's not in their ecosystem. Like you have to look at it competition-wise. Like this game might take another 3 years to come out. What else we gonna have to deal with competitively by then? You know, in terms of games as a service in general, we already have the biggest ones in the industry right now. Why keep investing into something we might not even know if it's going to do well or not?
Right.
So, you know, I think they just, it's like, look, you know, let's cut some of the fat stuff that we don't necessarily need. And I think they looked at that game as we don't necessarily need it. Let's get rid of it.
Dirt, your thoughts on the Odyssey situation? Very surprising.
Yeah, I agree with both of Attic and Saab because, like Attic just said, you know, the game was apparently still like 2 to 3 years out after 6 years of development.
Oh, wow.
Listen, man, they got to pay those people. That means the budget's going to continue to rise.
Thanks.
They made an executive decision. Look, like the game is probably going to be a gamble. They don't know if the game will be a success. Like Attic said, you just don't know. It's a gamble. Also, like I just mentioned, the budget is continuing to go up. We don't know what state the game was in. Was the game good? Did Matt Booty and his team say, yeah, this game looks a little, you know, it doesn't look that great. These are tough decisions, and that's why Matt Booty is put in that position to make those tough decisions. You know, they mentioned, you know, Phil and Matt Booty mentioned Redfall, how they was not hands-on enough with Redfall.
That's a good
right?
point.
And I believe, you know, Redfall might have opened their eyes. You know, they're giving these studios the carte blanche to do what they want to do, but at the same time, they got to babysit these projects to make sure they don't have another.
It's a business.
You know, it's a business. So they made the decision for some reason. Like Saab said, we will probably never know the exact reason, but I'm pretty sure all of the things that we're saying here, there might be a little bit of all of that, you know, going on in the play. So, yeah.
No, well said. I pretty much agree with what you said, Darren, and everybody else. You know, it's unfortunate. You know, me just kind of what Saab said. My only major disappointment is I would have loved to see like that genre from Blizzard to see how it is. But, you know, to your point, Derek, like if it was a situation where they came to oversee and then, you know, basically in a post-Redfall world, if this is the new way that they operate, then it's like, okay, we need to see what's going on. And clearly with cutting costs, if projects are going to blow up balloon budgets, and we don't think that this is going to be a viable thing, like Attic said, in the you know, in the space. So yeah, those are the tough decisions sometimes.
We got to look at it from the standpoint, like we cannot, as a community, consistently tell them the quality control, and then when they do it, say, why'd you cancel that game?
That's a good point too.
It's like we don't know what condition this game was in. We probably never know.
We never gonna know. Yeah.
If they canceled it and they let something like Redfall get out the gate, there's a good chance it probably wasn't at their standard, and they don't want another Redfall happening.
Absolutely. It's sad. We're gonna miss out on a new IP, right? It's always sad when a new IP kind of dies in its incubation. But what are you gonna do?
Hey, Saab, that's a point. New IP. In today's gaming climate, that's a gamble. Listen, if you're making GTA 6, you can take 10 years to make it. It doesn't matter because you know that game is
not a gamble.
It's not a gamble. You know that game is going to do extremely well when it releases. This is the new IP in a genre that's not really, you know, huge genre. So it's a gamble. And they said, you know, look, man, we can't, you know, let's just cut it right now.
My only issue probably is, I completely agree, is that I'm like, damn, the whole team got dismantled. That was damn. That was hard. Man. That was unfortunate. All right, one last one, then we get to topics. Benjamin, he said, I think, did we get this? Salute to the no, actually I did not get this. Salute to the 4 horsemen on another fabulous day. I bet Cog is loving the fact that Niners game is the late slot. Yes. We've been talking about their run via Twitter. We're in the home stretch. Enjoy the game, brother. Salute. Now on to the games. With the slew of games right now and the fact that Yakuza Infinite Wealth will make it to Game Pass in due time. Oh, you predicted. Okay. Do you think it's best to wait? I'm about halfway through the first Like a Dragon, stuck on the effing crane boss. I know where you're at the riots. Didn't grind enough, and now I'm stuck in the battle. Just wondering what sort of time you're having it with the Cog. Heard the first 15 hours drag a bit. Debating on whether or not to just YouTube the rest of the first game and move into Infinite Wealth. Time is precious. Infinite time is precious, and I heard this game is less grindy. Have a blessed Sunday, and may it be as purty as those guns you got. Wow. Let's get this bowl. Ravens rematch is written. All right, Attic, go ahead.
Just wait we have a whole topic on Infinite Wealth. So
Yes.
To me, I feel like we should just talk about this.
I agree. All I will say is, I say still play the game, play the first one, beat it, go back grind, because you should get caught up. I don't YouTube it, man. Ichiban deserve better. Anyway, all right, get the super chats on poll, and then we into these topics.
JD Gamer $2 super chat. Addict TTS.
Woo!
Yeah, people missed Addict Show. That's what's going on.
Yeah.
Then we got. Oh no, it's Alex.
Ow!
$10 super chat. Blizzard ruined the IP that literally made that company, Diablo. Odyssey should have been canceled years ago, and Rod Ferguson should be out the door with Ibarra.
Oh, come on, Alex. Not like this. I'm with you.
Close out the closer.
I'm with you on everything until the last line. I was with you, bro. And I defer to your PC knowledge in the space of what's going on with Blizzard. I defer to you and Jazz when it comes to Blizzard, because they go hard as far as the PC space. But not Ferg. Big Ferg. That's the closer. We can't do that. That man got a reputation of closer, but I'm going to leave it alone. You may know in the space. He said, get out of here. Oh, come on, Alex. Not like this. Slap the thigh. You got to fix that. Anyway, JD Gamer, what you got?
JD Gamer $10 super chat. It's not just about a post-Redfall world. It's the fact that they now have enough studios and games in development where they can make those choices to give us only the real gems the same way PlayStation does. That is true. I mean, you
just say quality.
The pickings ain't slim anymore. So I mean, if something is subpar, and I get that. I understand too, because it's like, hey, I would love for them to really get away from that.
I know.
Game Pass fodder, 7.
Get those out. Get those critics out.
Exactly.
Let's get that out.
So,
what else we got? All right, we good? All right, cool.
Yeah.
Last week's poll was also in. The people spoken to the question with the unbelievable success of the Palworld launch. Should Xbox look to expound upon their current Game Pass game preview relationship with Pocket Pair Games? The winner of the ILP poll at 49% of the vote was yes. Microsoft should drop the bag at all costs, like Minecraft. Okay, they talking strong here in Palworld. Coming in second at 34% of the vote was wait. Monitor the success, game is already a Game Pass. And in last place at 60% of the vote was I don't care. When Nintendo's lawyers get a hold of this, it's on site. Shout out to the people who voted. So this kind of relates to your topic. And so they want Microsoft to drop the bag.
I hate to be the bearer of bad news. Nintendo ain't doing nothing at this game.
Oh, they don't want that smoke. Say these balls for the topic.
They ain't doing nothing this game.
Really?
They would have done something about it. They would have done something.
Say the balls for the topic.
Ooh.
That's lit.
So,
all right, Addict.
Listen, man, they need to drop that bag.
Oh, they
this
need
game
to.
We're
How you
looking
gonna tell
at
me to save it for the topic?
Well, I just asked.
It's a question.
It was a question. I just don't want to. You was about to go in. I could feel you was about to go in, but I did. You
I
stopped.
was.
Oh, I know. Okay, I was like,
you saved me.
I just wanted to make sure that was all.
Yeah, that was the correct move. Drop the bag. At this point, it's fair to say that game is probably around the 10 million sale mark.
It's crazy.
That's crazy.
So yeah, no, listen, and this dev team, you could say what you want about how how they go about business. They can still make a game, and if you sit down with them and you sort of focus that roadmap on really evolving this game into something truly, truly special, removed from all of the Pokemon hubbub, you got a winner there. And like I said before, Phil Spencer, Sarah Bond, Matt Booty. There are 2 words they will never live down. And that is Genshin Impact.
Okay. Don't let that happen again. Okay.
Don't let that happen again.
You got the
Don't
relationship.
let that happen
You got
again.
the relationship.
You have it already.
Yeah.
Nurture it. I know, some of the things you're hearing is like, do I want the smoke? Yes, you want the smoke. I'm sorry.
Fair enough. Eddie Super Chest, we can start.
Yeah, we have. Hold on a second. We have Senjutsu Sage, $5 super chat.
Sage, what up?
Redfall Cats and Strays. Strong combat, strong weapons, great sandbox, good powers, beautiful visually, top sound design, good writing. It's fun. I don't know how many passes you had, Sage.
Sage, I'm like, look,
it wasn't there.
Don't let me stop your joy, brother. Don't let me stop your
Not
joy.
at all, but it wasn't
I
there.
finished
Man.
Redfall. I finished Redfall.
Oh, you in all the way on it?
It was good. I mean, it was okay. It wasn't their best work. It wasn't Archaeon's best work, but it was okay.
Okay, so so that means it's been improved. To be fair, I have not gone back.
I went since the 60 frames and I saw the AI still. But we gonna move on. I don't want to stop nobody, Joe. You enjoy yourself, brother. It's all that is you love it.
Exactly. Better you than me.
Exactly.
There we got Hargy Chani, $10 super chat.
Hargy.
Wait, I did not just hear Cog recommend playing the earlier games in the series. Sorry, Cog, you have to break down and play Yakuza 0 to 6, bro.
Nah, it's a new day.
Have you heard anyone who's played them say
He's talking about playing. Look, here's the thing. Like, we ain't playing that old Yakuza. Nah, we ain't doing that mystical rope around.
You ain't doing the guy that ran and erased his name? Salute the Hargy.
We good. We real good on
the
that.
adjustment games are good.
Now, this nice turn-based stuff that we playing right now.
Woo!
Yeah, I recommend that. Guess what? It's only on Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth.
Woo! Salute. Now, salute the Hargy. He goes hard for Kiryu or the older series. Hey, if y'all want to do that, all that. I'll just say that if you're completely new to the series, do not feel like you are you are mandatory to do the other stuff when it really is a fresh start with Yakuza Like a Dragon. So you have the choice. It's up to y'all. But you know where I'm at. Anyway,
but you do recommend playing Like a Dragon to completion before you
Yes, I recommend Like a Dragon to completion. Now, if you want extra context and to get a feel of the old Yakuza games, I recommend The Man Who Erased His Name next. It fills the gap, prequel to Like a Dragon, and then that'll lead you to where they at now in Infinite Wealth. And I will see Kiryu's story in The Man Who Erased His Name is fire, especially at the end. The man been through some things. So my beef with him is over, but Ichiban's still my man. Continue.
Then we got Miguel Ivars with the €5 super chat. Everyone has been crapping on Activision Blizzard for years, asking for changes, and rightfully so. Merger or no merger changes would always lead to layoffs.
We're going to get to it. We almost
there.
there.
We'll get to it. I don't know if it would be this wide of a swath of if they were just by themselves. But yeah, change requires not fun stuff to happen. Then we got Hollywood Rules, member for 24 months, Lord Silver. Happy Sunday, my NYC and West Virginia cousins.
Salute.
Tuned in to see Tito, Jermaine, and Jackie.
Yo, just because Michael ain't here, don't you do that. We went and picked up Prince anyway. We got Dirt.
There you go. Exactly.
It's all good. I get what y'all want.
I kid. Have a great show, brothers. Great to see you guys.
Hitting us with the Jackson 4. How dare you? How dare you, sir?
Yeah, you don't even get a number. It's the Jacksons.
Kinging them guys. Kinging them
dudes.
Disrespectful.
So we have J-Boy on the run, $5 super chat. Clickbait is a double-edged sword. The big company's been doing this longer, and watch the media change. And clickbait is the top at the moment. Yeah,
clickbait could do serious damage.
Yeah, it could do serious damage, and it could also bring the numbers. Sometimes the people don't care about the damage to reputation if the bank is right. And hey, to each his own.
Chill, Andy Cruz talking about they not coming to see you. Oh, it's all about to block you. Hold on. Disrespectful.
Hey, I told you about that chat. I told you.
Yeah. Andy Cruz are watching you. They're close to a timeout. Don't you? That was funny.
They were like, y'all don't need to respond to King. Just let him cook. Just let him talk. Shut up. I'm like, really? It's called a podcast for a reason.
Oh, man. Disrespectful. I know, Andy. I'm messing with you. That was funny. Continue.
Let me see. Then we got JD Gabriel, $5 super chat. Imagine an Xbox golden seal of quality where they're only hitting 85 plus on Metacritic, and they're dropping 3 to 5 of these games per year.
That.
I'm sure
I'm with all that.
I'm sure they would love that.
Yeah, I'm with all that right there. What else you got?
Then we got Hollywood Rules, $5 super chat. About to jump into Championship Sunday. Wishing Carr good luck on his Niners.
Brother. Salute. Thank you.
Gotta root for Detroit, being a fellow have-not Jets fan.
Oh, respect. That's pain. Yes. I feel that. Herman Moore, Barry Sanders, Mitch. Yeah. I used to rock with them. I ain't got no beef with the Lions. I'm telling you, it's all good.
I understand.
I understand.
There's been no greatness on the Lions. I get it.
GGs.
Hey, Dirt TTS.
Yo, what's up, bro?
Salute. What else we got?
That's it. We caught up.
All right, let's get into the damn first topic. Woo. All right. All right, here we go. So this is the big one, y'all. Y'all know what y'all here for, as Saul would say. Shout out to The Verge. Shout out to Tom Warren, one of the sites that I see break it kind of early. Huge, man. Microsoft lays off 1,900 Activision, Blizzard, and Xbox employees. Blizzard president Mike Ibarra has also decided to leave, and Blizzard's survival game Odyssey has been canceled. So, yeah, Microsoft is primarily laying off the roles at ABK. Some Xbox and ZeniMax employees will also be affected by the cuts. The cuts work out to roughly 8% of the overall Microsoft gaming division that stands at around 22,000 employees in total. Verge had obtained an internal message from memo from Phil Spencer regarding the layoffs. There's a lot here, so I'm going to try to parse. Pretty much, they talked about, since the acquisition and moving forward of ABK joining Microsoft, and they said as part of this process, we made the painful decision to reduce the size of our gaming workforce. The gaming leadership team and I am committed to navigating this process as thoughtfully as possible. The people who are directly impacted by these reductions have all played an important part in the success of ABK's ZeniMax Xbox team should be proud. I'm going to paraphrase. We will provide our full support to those who are impacted during the transition, including severance benefits benefits informed by local employment laws. He goes on to said, looking ahead, we will continue to invest in areas that will grow our business, support our strategy by bringing more games to more players around the world. Although this is a difficult moment for our team, I'm confident as ever in your ability to create and nurture the game stories and worlds that bring players together. Also, Mike Ibarra, like I said, the president was laid off. He made a statement, as many of you know. Actually, this is Phil talking about Mike, excuse me. Mike previously spent more than 20 years at Microsoft. Now that he's seen the acquisition through, he has decided to leave the company. And this was actually this was said by Matt Bowie, I apologize, in a letter. And then Mike Ibarra had a statement. He wanted to thank everyone who was impacted by the layoffs and for their meaningful contributions to their teams, Blizzard, and players' lives. So he had a long statement in reference to that. And in finality, this month has been really rough. This is the same month with these Microsoft cuts that we got Riot Games, Google, Discord, Twitch, Unity, and eBay and others all this month. So this rocked the network.
January.
Yeah, this is January. I think there's a statistic already out. We're almost at least halfway.
We're at the halfway point of what was amount of people laid off in the totality of last year.
So yeah, this was
January.
This was King's topic, man. So we set it off for him. I'm really curious what he had to say. But let's start with Dirt, man. Dirt.
Yeah.
When this news broke, what's your thought process now that you also have time to process it more? Where you at with all the layoffs?
Well, like anybody else, it's unfortunate, man. Like you mentioned, the gaming industry, just the month of January, 6,000 layoffs, bro. That's crazy, man. That's the number that's going around, 6,000 layoffs. Of course, that includes Microsoft recent layoffs. And, it's terrible, man. I think a lot of us, most of us knew when the merger of this scale would happen, there would be some layoffs, but I didn't think it would be this many. 1,900 is a pretty big number, man.
Woo.
So that's a big number, bro. So, like I said, it's unfortunate. Things are gonna change. There's a lot of positions that's overlapping. Like according to Phil and some other people. So layoffs are bound to happen. But damn, I mean, this is it's pretty rough, man. And right now the gaming industry, we're seeing so many layoffs. I don't know if it's from COVID, the after effects of COVID. A lot of people hired during COVID, and unfortunately, things aren't as hot as it was during COVID when everybody was stuck in the house. There's
calculations, yeah.
Absolutely. I was listening to Rand and Jazz, and I believe, like anybody in the chat, help me if I'm wrong, but I believe Rand said when Microsoft announced the acquisition of ABK, ABK had like 10,000 employees, but by the time the acquisition was finalized, they had 17,000 employees. Please, anybody, help me if I'm wrong.
I got you.
Like, correct me if I'm wrong, but I think that's what he said, and if that's true, wow, they hired a lot of people in these 18 months that this acquisition was going through. So, like I said, it's unfortunate that it happened. Things always, need to change. And it's just terrible that it has to be at the expense of these workers.
Yeah.
And like back in the day when we heard layoffs, we could say, "Oh man, they can get a job with another gaming company." You know, the gaming industry is flourishing. You can't really say that anymore.
Facts.
Like you just can't, man. I mean, so many layoffs from like last year we saw Sony, Bungie, we saw some other people. This year, just January, Microsoft themselves, and unfortunately, Cog, I don't think this is the last of it, man.
Oh no, it's not. And I'm going to be very clear. I'm glad you said that because generally, when it gets to my part, I'll get more in detail. But generally, this is the first culling of usually a series of like 2 or 3.
Yeah.
They usually do them in waves. So if people think there's more to come, to be clear, not to be laughing, but I agree. Continue.
Yeah. No, I mean, that's it. It's just like the game industry is making money, obviously, but it seems like it's very top heavy. You know, we have those Fortnites, we have the Call of Duties, the Minecrafts. You know, we have those certain games, those 4 or 5 games that's there. We know GTA 6 is going to be a monster when that releases. But there's the other ones, right? The games that people, do you want to even gamble to make this game? It's not gonna, make enough money. So I really feel that like Hellblade 2, we hear that type of game. It's a game made by maybe 40-something people, short experience, 8 to 10 hours, whatever it's going to be. I believe that's going to happen more often. We're going to see less Assassin's Creed Valhallas and more Assassin's Creed Mirages. Okay. I just feel that the game industry is, it's so rough right now. And me, I'm a gamer before I'm an Xbox fanboy, right? I'm a gamer. I want the industry to flourish. And I just want people to realize we're going to get less of these huge AAA games. Excuse me. Of course, there's always going to be exceptions, but we're going to get less of these type of games. And these layoffs, it's just an indication, in my opinion, that things are changing, man. And I think we need to realize things are changing in this industry, bro.
Yeah, well said. And I think to support what you were saying in reference to how the industry is changing, you mentioned the Hellblade, you mentioned what I was thinking about when you said that. I was thinking about the Insomniac leaks and how Sony was looking at the budgets and saying these $300 million, these are just way too expensive. And then they were saying, because one of the big surprises with Hellblade, right, was the $50 price point. We were like, that's interesting.
Digital only, right?
Digital only. That's interesting. Again, not saying everybody's doing that, but it could be the way Microsoft's thinking, right? And it could be the way that, hey, maybe you make, it's not the 20 hour, you make the 6 to 8. And I think even with the Insomniac League, they mentioned, splitting potentially Spider-Man 3 into 2 parts at $50 price point. So maybe these are signs, right? So good point. Let's get the Addict, man. My brethren, we were talking about this, this week, and, huge layoffs. Now that it's got a chance to settle, what's your thoughts about all these layoffs going down at Microsoft? All right, he's got something on. Let me blow it up. He's got something on his screen.
I've never had one of these little like extra things that you buy.
Oh,
for
the little
Switch.
It's fire.
Yeah,
I like that.
This actually makes, because I've never really been a handheld person, but putting these makes the handheld a lot easier to play. I think when the Switch 2 comes out, I'm gonna just immediately get one of these side things.
Even though this is not the Switch 2 top, this Microsoft you playing during top, but it's cool.
That's fine. It's my turn to talk.
It's your turn to talk. You finish playing, you're going to be interrupt you for the topic.
Yeah. So, I think when it comes down to this, I think it's just bad semantics, and there's more than just ABK people that got laid off. There was a lot of community managers that got laid off, and it's just first off, putting away the layoffs themselves, it's not a good industry and a good thing to be in. Let's put away the people that have been laid off. Imagine the people that survived. And they're like, I made it this time, but I'm gonna make it next time. And it'd be different if any industry, not just this industry, handled layoffs better, more humane. They just it's any day you can log on and your login ain't working. Any day you can go in and your car key ain't going to turn on. And to me, the layoffs ain't even the biggest issue. The biggest issue is how the industry handles them. If you knew for a fact that you are good, you're going to be handled correctly, you're going to know ahead of time, you should have 3 months of knowledge before your 3 months of it happening. because obviously most of these people probably got like a 3-month package to leave, or a month package, depending on how long they've been there. You should have 3 months before that time even starts.
Yeah.
Like, you should at least have the knowledge to know that in 3 months you will not be employed anymore. So you can at least do ahead of time on scouting. And like the fact that they don't give them that, like they will want you to have 2-week notice, but they'll get rid of you in a day. It makes it just like, look, like, how do they expect this industry to grow? I would say right now, don't get in the gaming industry. If you're in college, invest your time in any industry but this industry, because I feel like this industry is the most like destructive, implosive industry you could see. It's just like, bad semantics when you go out and spend $78 billion on industry, but I think they did the math. It was like $250 million to keep the majority of the jobs. It's like, so it's not even $1 billion to keep them. And I get it. At the end of the day, these people weren't essential to what they want in the future. But it's just like, I said, it's not even the layoffs the issue. It's how they handled it. It's like we wake up on a random Monday and find out these people are getting laid off. I don't know if it was Monday or not, but you guys get what I'm saying? It's like, I don't like that. And not to mention, there was a community manager that posted, and it really hit me. It was like, I survived this, but now every time I wake up, am I next? Imagine living in an industry like that. And if you go look, and there's another community manager for Fallout, I guess 76, I don't know. And it said on there, she said that she was let go. And if you go scroll like 3 or 4 before that, she said, I'm gonna be in this job forever.
Yeah. Oh, wow.
It's like 3 or 4 days. She and then it just what's crazy funny. Is like, you look at, I think it was someone said that they survived. They were like one of the higher end people. They have no one left on their team. People on their team just had kids, just bought houses, and then just gone. It's like, to me, it's just like, geez, man. Like, I understand, it's not Microsoft's fault how you invest into your personal life, but it's like, at the same time, I see people saying it's illegal to let them know. I don't care if it's illegal. Then that needs to change. Like, because there's no way that Microsoft woke up on a Monday and said, get rid of all these people. They've known for weeks to months. So why can't they let the other people? And I get it, the perception. You're going to get that bad perception regardless. You cannot sit here and expect people to go in there with the mindset that we're going to make some great gains for you, but then we're going to let you all, we're going to let you go right out.
The thing that sucks is that after the merger, there were a lot of people that were really hopeful at Blizzard, you know what I'm saying? And just like, now, I mean, let's be real, once Bobby, was out, and then a lot of people felt, you saw the sentiment, right? You saw the pictures, and we like, they're really feeling confident about what's going to happen. And that's the unfortunate part, when you definitely, like you said, Attic, like, those people don't survive, and they still, get caught up in the mix and the crossfire as part of that. But I'll let you finish if you finish.
And people, look, there's no excuse for this. Like, look, these probably had to happen regardless. A lot of repeat jobs, et cetera, but at the same time, it's like, what's the point of buying, one of the biggest things that they said they want to buy publishers is because they have their own infrastructure. They have their own PR. They have their own way of doing marketing. Guess what? A lot of these people lost their job. Duplicate stuff from Microsoft to Activision. But if they're doing all that and they bought them because they had those infrastructures in place, what was the point of buying them? Well, if they were just going to offset all that work back onto Microsoft.
No, I get what you're saying, but I mean, we have to talk about, we do have to mention redundancies are common. Not that I'm trying to minimize.
But what's the point of doing this is because they would there wouldn't be too many more redundancies because they actually want them to run on their own
independently, so, right? But they're still part of the larger when you're acquired, though. You are still part of the larger thing. If you do
buy them to that degree because you want them to run on their own, but then I don't know how many was let go of just Activision and ABK, but it must have been at least half. I
think majority was.
Yeah, so it's like, let's just say 3,000, and that it just well, 1,900 people got let go, but
Yeah.
it's just like
1,900.
600-700 people, maybe. It's just, to me, I get the redundancies thing, but it's like, but you literally go on and say you want to buy these companies because you want them to run on their own because of these positions. And then you say you need to let go because there's redundancies, but that's the whole point that you invested in them, because they can run on their own. So to me, if you're going on with this kind of statement, there wouldn't be as many redundancies because they're actually doing, that is the counterpart in Activision. And then there's a counterpart in Microsoft. And the whole point of buying Activision Blizzard King is because you're going to keep the counter version of Activision because he's going to run Activision. Like,
yeah, well, the thing that makes it surprising is and to your point, in addition to the redundancies, there were a ton of other jobs let go that were also even outside of ABK, right? And outside, so you had all this, the sheer volume of the number plus things that were outside of it, right? It was like, what is it? The entire Xbox physical division, I think, was hit about this, and then ZeniMax was also part of this. There were other
they got rid of
companies.
Community managers. Like, that's not redundancy.
Yeah,
Like,
no, absolutely, and clearly not saying it was only redundancies. I'm just saying is that, to your point, it was redundancies and all these other things and the sheer numbers. So I hear where you're coming from. Let's get Sav, man.
I guess,
I'm
like,
sorry,
to
I
me,
didn't know
like,
if you finished.
people are saying, "Oh, clueless addict." I mean, you could be clueless all you want. I'm here, you're not. So calm down. Sit in the chat with your stuff and your little pinky out while you drink whatever you drinking. Look, I'm just talking from my perspective. When a company says that they want to buy another company because they can handle the stuff that they're doing and they don't have to rehire people and have them all they don't have to delegate all of that, all those jobs on a Microsoft. That's the key point to buying publishers, because they already have the infrastructure. But how is there a lot more redundancies when that was the whole point of buying them? Because they have the marketing already intact, because they have the community aspect already intact, because they have the executive roles already intact. To me, there would be less redundancies because that's the way the company functions. Now, Dirt said they went from 10,000 to 19,000, so maybe they're cutting fat off of that. But to me, like, I understand that this is part of the industry. That's fine. That's why I said I'm not really too upset on the layoffs per se. I'm upset how they handled them. You can't expect this industry to grow if any minute you wake up and you can't even get into they don't got, at least in some ways, people will sit there, there'll be a meeting at some point. I remember I worked a dish once, and they were I got laid off from there, and they were literally laying people off. You got to tap on the shoulder if you were getting laid off.
That's wild.
That's how you found out.
Wow.
That's wild.
They tapped on your shoulder and told you,
Duck goose like
That's
that.
wild. Yo, you said they ducked the
Give you
goose
a
in?
cardboard box.
How it was is you're on call, and if you got on, tapped on the shoulder and told you to route your call to a manager, you were gone. That's how you found out.
And they gave you a cardboard box and told you get out of here.
They told you to grab your personal belongings with you, and then after they got up and you walked away, some dude would show up in a box and put your stuff in a box and gave it to you outside. They literally escorted you out the building.
Out of the building.
Yeah.
To me, that is the issue with layoffs. There's zero humanity in this. They don't give you any opportunities to pivot. They don't give you any opportunities to figure out what you're going to do next. You're going to find that they're like, okay, we're going to give you this package. It's going to be good for a month to 3 months. And in a lot of ways, especially if you want to go back in the game, that's not enough time. And why would anyone go from the gaming industry to another company in the gaming industry when some of these people most likely been laid off multiple times?
There's no job security.
What does that result in, Dirt? That results in...
But I heard... I'm sorry, but let me say, I heard that they didn't tell the employees that were being laid off ahead of time because of leaks or like they didn't want it out there before it was officially going to be announced. Not saying it's right. I'm just saying what I heard.
Oh, and I feel you, but that news is going to come out eventually. So right there shows they value a little bit of better PR and how they handle than they value the people that's getting laid off. And I get it. I'm not running $1 trillion company. I don't know anything about this, but to me, I think if you want to maintain morality, because like I said, you are literally, it's like, put away the people that's been laid off, give the mindset to people that's there. They ain't really working like that right now. They're like, first off, the next couple of days they're going to take in how this is happening, and then what's going to happen, Dirt? Then they're going to start talking on, am I next?
Right.
No, next week, am I getting laid off? Next month, am I getting laid off? How do you work in that mentality? How do you work in that kind of housework, in that kind of work environment?
It definitely sucks, bro. Definitely sucks.
The only thing I will say in being in that environment too is that we also have to think about, and let's be clear, there are also people that if they know that information, they pull it up in a negative way. And we got to be real about that. There's no perfect way, in my opinion, to handle it. And I'm not justifying what they did. I'm not doing that. This is terrible. I agree. This is awful. Like, there's no co-signing it. I'm just saying that I'm just telling you the way corporations think is that they have to have security protocols in place, because if dudes wild out, now you talk about a situation.
Yeah.
And then you're talking about, okay, now I know, I'm going to take data with me. I'm going to do this. There's been people. You sometimes you have that angry guy that's like, yo, I ain't leaving. You going to pull me from
the moment they let you go, you are a liability to them.
Right. It's a retaliation thing from a legal standpoint.
I feel like for the most part that's going to happen regardless. You're going to have people flipping out, I ain't leaving there, right there on the spot. I feel like that's inevitable. There's nothing they can do to stop that. You can have better security because you know what's going to happen. But to me, there's no difference between that and
1,900 people. That's a lot of people.
That's a lot of people, man.
There's a lot of people.
1,900. You talk about storming the gates, bro.
Once again, do we care more about the semantics on the industry or the people working in the industry? I feel like, look, it might be hard, but there's got to be a better way.
Of course.
There's got to be a better way.
People care about people. Corporations don't care about people.
Oh, and I feel on that. But at the same time, I'm not saying we're giving them excuses, but I'm pretty sure the chat loves giving them excuses, and I ain't giving them. I'm not in I'm not in the business to give them excuses. What they're doing, sure, business-wise, it makes sense. There's probably a lot of jobs that need to be covered. The layoffs itself isn't the issue. It's how they're handling it, to me, is the issue.
I feel you. I'll get to my point. I'll get to my point. But I was gonna say I don't want to hold this up crazy because we got a lot to talk about. So your thoughts on the this whole thing, man. 1900. Microsoft.
I just think the number took people aback, right? And because it's a huge number. But I mean, if we think about what they acquired, right? And we think about the idea of redundancies and knowing there were going to be redundancies and knowing that there were going to always be layoffs. I just think nobody stopped to think about, hey, they took on this many people. This brings their total number to 22,000. Any number of people they let go in wide swaths after acquiring this huge company was going to be a number that we weren't going to be happy with. It was going to be a number that was going to be eye-opening. And 1,900 is that number to start, right? And I think when you think about it in the context of who they are, how big they are, and who they acquired, and how big that company is, it makes sense. I know, Addict doesn't agree with some of these positions that went, and I just think anytime that they have these sort of layoffs, they also are just assessing the value of other things. It's not specifically only what they just brought in and seeing the obvious redundancies of people that more than likely they're going to keep the person they already had as opposed to the person they brought in that's doing the same job, right? So we know that. And then internally, it just gives them an opportunity to clean house with things that aren't being efficient and not making money, or, kind of even if down the road they feel like they're going to be doing work that we need or whatever. In the moment, it makes sense to them to get rid of them. And that's just the nature of business. That's how these things operate. So it is super unfortunate that this happened in this way. But it was nothing that was unexpected. The things that are that stick out to me about it are the Mikey Barra leaving. And the Alan
that dude's
Adam,
stupid. He says it sucks that Addict laid off King though.
And then obviously the co-founder of Blizzard, Alan Adam was his name, is that also left.
That was big.
And I think what's interesting to me about that is that there's a lot of speculation about, hey, he decided to walk away. Hey, he was let go. He was pushed out, especially after certain statements that he made beforehand saying like, I'm here for the long haul. Just
right.
You know,
That's
I
what
wanna
Jason
stay
quoted
here.
him for. Jason Schreier
Right.
quoted him for saying that. So clearly, this man, to your point, so I
think he
wanted
was
to
pushed
stay.
out.
So he said, yeah. He said that Bar told me that he wanted to stay for long. Someone will have to drag me out of Blizzard. That's how long I want to be here. This was back then.
Right.
Yeah.
That was back then. So when you think
BlizzCon,
about it,
November.
that first, if you're the head of Blizzard and you know that all these people are getting let go, I don't think you go online and say, "Hey, this is my last day too." I think you stay
Oh,
there.
you think the tact was okay?
Right, because so again, it goes back to the point, like he might have been pushed out, because for him to leave at the same time as all of his employees are leaving, that you would think he would stay to sort of aid in their transition in any way, shape, or form, and to say, "Hey, I'm out of here too. I'm going to take some time and travel the world," which felt a little tone deaf, and a lot of people let him know that was tone deaf of him. It kind of makes me think that he was pushed out in some way, shape, or form. That he went in, and Microsoft had a different thinking about where they want to take Blizzard, and then what he did. And since Mike got there, he pushed Diablo out the door. He pushed Diablo Infinite out. Oh, was it Infinite? Yeah, that a lot of people were not happy with. Overwatch 2 came out, which a lot of people were not happy with. So he's made some decisions there that have been a little controversial, but there's no question that he loves Blizzard, right?
Yes,
so
that's a fact.
it is one of those things where it just feels like, hey, whatever Matt Booty and Phil Spencer, have in store for Blizzard, it wasn't sort of on the same page as what Mikey Barr wanted to do. Same for the co-founder Alan Adam, where it was like, hey, this is a guy that was there when Blizzard was at the top of its game, where it was like, hey, we have StarCraft, we have Warcraft, then we have WoW, then we have Diablo. We have when Blizzard was untouchable and everything they touched was gold. And for that guy to walk away or be pushed out, it's obvious that Microsoft came in and said, hey, we have a plan for what Blizzard is going to be moving forward. And if you're on board with it, fantastic. We'd love to have you. If not, then maybe it's time to walk away. Or as a co-founder, right? You said, hey, I don't like where this is going. I'm walking away. But again, looking at that situation specifically with Alan Adam, it is a thing where, okay, you're the guy that was at one of the guys at the helm of Blizzard when it was at the top of its game. You're also the guy that allowed it to get to where it is now, right? So somewhere along the line, the idealism of the Blizzard that you created went down the toilet with a bag, right? When you went to Activision and Blizzard, most people will feel that Blizzard kind of started going down in terms of quality, in terms of just everything that they were putting out. So it could just be that they want fresh eyes, fresh faces in there to take Blizzard in the direction that Microsoft feels it needs to go.
No, I
So
I just want to
could just be that.
Interrupt one quick second, because I hear what you're saying, and that could very well be the case. But only thing, isn't it surprising? Like it felt like at BlizzCon, it felt like this united front.
It really
Visually,
did.
they put out like a piece. So that's what surprised me, because I'm like, damn, I thought Mike was staying. I thought that
You just said
everything
it, Cog. You said United Front.
Yeah,
Front. Emphasis on front.
Oh, damn, that was a ball. That was a ball.
But no, I agree with Dirt. Like, these guys are businessmen. They're media trained. You could be burning up inside, and if what you have to do at the moment is put on a good face and get this done, and then walk out and curse somebody out behind the scenes and walk out the door, it could definitely be that. Again,
man.
when Mike left Microsoft, we were sort of thinking about what was that about. Was it the fact that look, I've been in this company for a long time. I feel sort of suffocated by the levels of management that I have to sort of go through. I get to write my own ticket here at Blizzard and do it through this company that I love, whose games I love. I get to be at the helm and make the decisions. It could also have been, let's say he wasn't pushed out, right? It could also be, hey, I was here before. I know what this hierarchy looks like. I know how they operate. I don't want to be part of that anymore. I don't want to have to answer to anybody when it comes to, you know, the bottom line, what happens with this company, what happens with the games that this company produces. So that could be a scenario as well.
Right.
But the only thing that kind of makes me wonder in the other direction is that if you're the boss and you have the option to leave when you want, I don't see you leaving at the same time as your entire, you know, swaths of your staff are getting laid off when you're supposed to be there as support to help them transition, hopefully, into other things. So it's weird that you're bouncing with them like, yeah, I see y'all too. Peace out.
That's wild.
Peace out. I'm going to travel the world, by the way.
Let me address the chat.
What happened?
Look, people
Who
are
you
like,
fighting
oh,
with
you
now?
at. I'm fighting with the whole chat.
Who are you fighting with though?
I understand why layoffs happen the way they are for security purposes, for you know, stealing purposes. That's not my concept. That's not my battle. I'm telling you, the way things are done now, I feel like there's a better way. I don't know the better way, but just to sit here and be like, "Oh, we good?" Like, no, this is not. Look, you can understand how a process works and still disagree with the way it's done. Like, people sit here and act like just because I disagree with the way they lay people off means like I'm like there's not I don't understand. No, I understand what's going on. I just don't agree with it.
That's where you at. So
And some of the reactions to some devs who were still at the company or some devs that were also laid off to him leaving were sort of like good riddance.
I saw that.
I did see
I
that.
saw that.
I was surprised by that.
So
Did you see someone that they were like Mike Ybarra was the reason Bethesda isn't the reason it was?
Yeah.
Oh, wow, that's
I saw that.
I mean,
bro.
about Blizzard, he said 98% of the issues with Blizzard was Mike Ybarra. It'd be crazy when people leave, like people feel more comfortable saying stuff, and you find out like the real laundry in that company. Like,
well, that's the thing, right? I mean, you never really know the dirty laundry.
Jason
behind the
already
scenes.
alluding at his book coming. He got a book coming.
Yeah. Oh, Schreier.
Schreier, you already
it's
know.
funny.
We'll
'cause
have it
I
back
was
in the
gonna-
round with a book
I
chat.
was gonna say it last week. I was like, yo, Schreier's been quiet. I haven't heard a news drop from Schreier, and then this happened. All of a
The
sudden,
Mike
like, he's
Ybarra
out.
thing happened. Someone said, interesting, Jason. That seems like it's going to be a chapter to a book in here somewhere. And he goes, sure is. Oh, he's already cooking. He's got the dirt.
He's cooking. So again, sad all overall. It's interesting because again, a lot of these talking heads that are leaving now.
Yeah.
Leaves a void. We're gonna find out who the new head of
Yeah, they got to
Blizzard
get
is
next week. Yeah, they got to get a president.
Yeah.
So and again, now the onus is on Microsoft completely to guide this company forward, right? It was always on them, right? But to Addict's point, if you leave the entrenched management and you let them operate as a silo, that is already in place. It's on you to again look at the games and be like, hey, is this quality, yay or nay? But now, with all of that sort of cleaning house at the upper levels, now it's on you to fill it in with people that are going to bring Blizzard back to the prominence that people expect it to be at, right? That's the expectation.
Yeah.
And if you fail at that, then you're gonna catch fire.
Catch work.
Again.
People gonna be like, oh, you bought them, you ruined them. Oh yeah. Oh, for sure. Let me jump in if you're good. So
Done.
look, oh man, this right here was wild crazy this week. I think for me it's the number. Like you see 1,900 on the screen, even though it represents 8%, it's like, yo, that's a lot. And then again, the surprise, Mike, I've been on record multiple times during the acquisition. And yes, I'm still standing on, I was cheering for the acquisition because I still felt, one, it wasn't a legal violation that they were the third place company trying to get into the gaming space.
I do want to point out that I called that Mike would be part after the acquisition.
Yeah, and it's like my thing was just like, I looked at the alternative, and I know people like, yo, what about y'all cheering on, or me cheering on now? My thing is, I always look at the alternative. We understood the conditions at ABK during the
this was happening
era
regardless.
Was not good, whether it be from the sexual stuff, whether it be from people feeling that they were churning out, Call of Duties and sweat machine. Like, it was a lot of negative thing, and people felt overworked. So the thought process coming in is like, okay, at least Bobby leaves, he gets his golden parachute, but then we see what a new era of, and that the shocking thing is because we seen the There's the unified front, which is like, yo, it's gonna be a new day, and here's how it's going, and people are excited, and then bam, this happens, right? So this really hits hard. And for me, on a personal level, I think Addict made a point. You know, I've just got to give y'all some corporate calls. the thing is, like, bro, it sucks because it's two mindsets. If you know something's coming, because the email will come in internally from corporate, right? And they will be like, yo, for those remote or whatever, stay home, right? Don't come into the office that day, kind of thing. And what ends up happening is, which is the part that really sucks, is for some who are affected, all you receive is an email. You may get a call, you know what I'm saying? But that's rare. You usually get the email saying this is the next steps. This is where you deposit your things, you know what I'm saying? And it's brutal, you know what I'm saying? And to Alex's point, if you survive, it still sucks because now, whatever internal messaging system you use to communicate with everybody in the corporation, I go look for Dirt. Dirt grayed out.
Dude.
Damn, the homie gone. Like, so, like you see,
you email someone and it bounces back.
It's like you see the Thanos snapping right in your eyes in real time. And it's just like, yo, like the reality hits. And then the meeting afterwards, okay, these people are no longer here. This is the plan moving forward. It's a cold world. It's cold, bro. Like I get it. And I'm sorry, Adam, you was gonna jump in on something? Or you good?
I was gonna say maybe a way of handling this is see that leads to stuff too. You know, it's prematurely because I know there's probably companies like headhunters that's like, you know, we're about to lay off and give them a list of people. It's like, you know, could these people potentially have a job somewhere? Like,
no, it sucks.
That's my thing. It's
no,
like I want the industry to thrive more, and to me, I feel like this is going to get worse.
Yeah,
and the talent is going to just leave.
Let me get there. Here's the thing, and this is where we align, where it's like the human element, and then look, the gaming industry we hear about all these profits. The gaming industry is biggest as it ever is, but it can't retain its workers. It can't retain, and we got to talk about, in my opinion, and I've been saying this for a while, and I think the source is, and I think Solve alluded to it. I mean, Dirk, you alluded to it, which is, you know, corporations, we got to be real. When COVID happened and you had all of these new people who are now joining the games industry or playing games for the first time. So now you're seeing record profits. Yo, look at what we're getting. Look at all the money we're making. The games are selling. The engagement is crazy. And this is incorrect. This is not just about, this is everybody.
Everybody.
Incorrect forecasting, thinking that this is the new normal. From this point on, so we gotta hire, we gonna have all this growth, we gotta accommodate all this growth, and then what happens, right? Now COVID starts to dissipate. People now start to get out into the world, and all these quote unquote permanent new gamers you thought you had, they are not there.
They're back outside.
So now
you to the club.
Facts. They're in the club. So now you overcompensated. And you sitting there, and here's the reality that nobody want to talk about. I wish King was here for this. He'd probably be so mad at me. But the reality is, when you have these level of cuts, in my opinion, I don't have Microsoft's internals, but to me, that states that you are not meeting your targets. And you have to make these cuts, for the most part, to survive. And this is across everybody. It's the same thing we found out with the Sony and the Bungie situation. We were like, yo, how could Sony do this to Bungie, or Bungie do this to their employees? They laid off Mike, they laid off the composer, they laid off all these prominent people, community managers. And then what happened 2 weeks or whatever later when the financials came out? We found out immediately they didn't hit their targets by over 45%. Hold on 1 second. The only thing is now is the alternative. If you try to keep these people on, this is the reality now. You are not going to survive as a company. And we got to be real. The days of what Nintendo did, that guy that was honorable, where he's like, I'm going to take stakeholders going to take a pay cut. These shareholders ain't taking no pay cut. Nah. We got to keep it a buck here. Right, that's the cold reality. And the sad thing about the games industry is, because of this, the people who actually put the corporations on their back and made the games and made the experiences, they're the ones that suffer. And to your point, I give it to you. The thing that sucks is we love this games industry so much, but the volatility is so bad. It is so bad. You got developers. And I'm with you. We've had developers on, that talk about they gave up prominent 9-to-5s, move their whole life to LA, move their whole life to where the games industry at. Then you uproot, and then to find out, boom, you're fired.
Yeah.
That's it. And now you got to figure out what your next move. Like, it sucks. It sucks. So to finish my point, you know, this is, to me, again, a result of industry-wide forecasting. This is bad, man. This is bad. Like, we, as a games industry, it's got to get better. But the sad reality is we're already at that number, at the halfway point in month 1 of 2024.
It's crazy.
And the other reality is that we got to admit, which is we probably like at least another year of this. This is not slowing down. Like, this is still a thing. And the last thing, I don't know how y'all guys feel, I'll give it back to you guys, is, you know, I seen the CWA make a statement, the Communications Workers of America, and talking about unionization. And they were like, look, anyone that, you know, workers that we represented wasn't affected. Is this now a push? I don't know the solution, but is this now a push for more unionization in the industry, for more job security, you know what I'm saying, in that sense? And it just sucks. I'm just tired of it, to be honest with you.
Yeah.
And this is everybody. So I know a lot of the, you know, gang, bang, bang is like, yo, give Microsoft the smoke. I'm giving everybody the smoke. This is not, this should be happening in the gaming industry with all of this problem. But I've been talking,
I don't, Microsoft,
Yeah.
I was just like, Microsoft does not want to lay these people off. It's a semantic point, it's a numbers thing. It sucks because, you know, this isn't just a gaming industry thing. This isn't just a Microsoft thing. I mean, this isn't my issue too is you can have a mad successful IP. Yeah. Like a Fortnite.
Still out of here.
Go mad.
Still out of here.
You can still have a successful game like Spider-Man.
Still out of here. We heard in Insomniac leaks, they had to find out the leaks.
The game drop.
That they're going to get, like, that's crazy to your point.
That's my goal. It's like, why would these people do what they're doing? There's no rewards for anything.
It's a tough
There's
business.
okay, as long as we do well and we do what we're supposed to, we're going to get rewarded. Now you're still going to let go. Yeah. To me, where does that lead but down?
Bro, same month, Riot Games, Google, Discord, Twitch, Unity, eBay, and Microsoft one month.
Crazy, man.
And we already at the half of it. This is crazy. Crazy.
And, you know, so there's a young lady that worked for Double Fine. I mentioned this on my podcast the other day. Her name is Lisette Montgomery, black woman. She had dreadlocks, pretty young lady. She's very vocal about the game industry. She's no longer working for Double Fine. She mentioned on her Twitter how working on Psychonauts 2 was like difficult on her, you know, just the constant crunch or whatever the issues was working with Double Fine. I remember
her. She was in one of the vidocs, I think so, but continue.
Yeah. So she's very critical of the gaming industry. Every time there's some layoffs, she will tweet something, you know, saying pretty much, I'm paraphrasing here, but saying pretty much, see, told y'all, you know, something's not right with the gaming industry. And, you know, I don't know. We don't know what's going to happen. We don't know what's the cure. Like you guys just mentioned, Fortnite, Epic still laid off people. Spider-Man 2, Insomniac still laid off people. So this is a gaming industry thing, not just a Microsoft, PlayStation. You know, like Microsoft is obviously the latest. But this is a gaming industry thing, you know, and us as gamers, you know, it is what it is, and hopefully it ends, but I don't know, man. You just don't know at this point.
Last point I'll say, I'll give you solve too. I just want to say we have friends behind the scenes, and I remember having a conversation last year, if you remember, at PAX West with a certain individual, and the comments was like, yo, I think we headed for a games industry crash. And at the time, I was like, nah, you bugging, you know. And I'm not saying it's definitive, but it's clear the way the structure of the industry is right now.
Yeah, clearly something's about to happen. I don't know what.
Something's
got to give.
Now, again, I don't want to just sit here and just write without solutions, but is it, you know, what Dirt say? Is this now where we get the smaller games, you know what I'm saying, so to speak, you know, with the AAA budgets are just gotten out of control, you know, is it oversaturation, right? Where just too many games. And
I think that's part of the reason you're seeing consolidation to the degree, is because it's like one of the only things to help with what the industry is going through right now is to latch on to something bigger that has more money.
So maybe, you know, the games, you know, are, again, it's not as just like thrown out and just overwhelming you, where now things are spaced out, because it's clear, like I said, again, the Insomniac leaks gave us some hints. You know, we see the Hellblade situation. It's going to be curious to see how Microsoft moves for just the gaming industry in general, how they move forward. What you think? So I'll let you close before we move on.
I do. Yeah, I agree with everything you guys are saying. I do think we're still in the throes of everything leveling off after COVID, right? COVID gave us an exaggerated situation where not many industries thrived during COVID in the way that gaming did. Everybody was home, and it started happening before they even realized it was happening. It's like, wait a minute, everybody's home. People who would never play games or get game systems are like
DoorDash blew up, side. DoorDash did well.
Yeah. Oh, DoorDash. Yeah,
Right,
I contributed to the funds.
What? DoorDash,
targets was met because
they did well. They did well.
Instacart went. Listen, man.
Amazon, all that.
If you did Instacart, if you shopped Instacart, you were eating.
DoorDash probably sits around Cog's neighborhood just waiting for him
Just
to order.
waiting.
I may or may not have contributed. You know what I'm saying?
Hey,
Black dude in this black dude in this building, he tipped real good.
Hey man, DoorDash had me getting 2 Subway sandwiches, spending $35 on 2 full-on Subway sandwiches, and it's 5 minutes from my house.
5 minutes for the trip. You like,
He's like, no, I ain't going out. No, I'm not doing that.
I ain't going out, man.
No, yo, I see dudes even now. I see dudes like in front of, let's say, a Chick-fil-A. You got 10 dudes waiting there for the orders to come in.
Wow.
All they do all day is deliver Chick-fil-A. They don't even have to go to other stores.
That's it. Chick-fil-A's there.
Chick-fil-A, that's it. That is their career, is a DoorDash Chick-fil-A deliverer. It's crazy.
Yeah.
So all of these companies grew an exorbitant amount and in an unnatural way at an unnatural pace. And
Fool's
now
gold.
it's all leveling off,
Yeah,
right?
it is.
So, and you know, I can see the fact that it's not happening. It's still happening slower than I assume people were expecting it to happen. Where it's like, oh, you know, there's this. You see it and you're like, oh wait, there's something really wrong with the game industry, and there are things that need to be changed and addressed. But I think a lot of it is also these companies trying to figure out if they can move forward being larger entities without having to get rid of as many people, and they go longer, and then they realize they can't, and then all of a sudden you see, oh, we had to cut 20% of our workforce, and we're gonna keep seeing that. We're gonna keep seeing that until there is this leveling off in that regard, right? But once that is all said and done, the problem of exorbitant development costs is still at the forefront of why this stuff is happening. And to Dirt's point, I really do think that we're gonna start seeing the more mirages. We're gonna start seeing more games like Prince of Persia: The Lost Crown selling for $50, right? We talked about last week. Last week or the week before. Hey, Hellblade, $50 and digital only. Alan Wake, $50, digital only. $60, right? $60 on console, right? So these are ways in which these companies can still make quality products. They're smaller games, 10, 15-hour maybe games. The quality level in terms of production value is still there. And the return is still there because they're not spending the money to market and put these things on store shelves and all of that stuff that they have to deal with. So it's a way forward that still allows us, the gamers, to get the type of games that we're accustomed to, because that's another thing. If all of a sudden the game industry decided to be like, hey, we're not making games that look like The Last of Us 2 anymore, we're going to have a problem with that. We're going to be like, yeah, we're going to go back and everything's going to look like a 360. And that's not, we would not be happy with that.
We would not be happy with that.
Right. So they have to figure out a way forward in that regard. And it's going
shorter games. Shorter games.
And it's Cog gonna love this. It's AI.
Oh, and it's AI, and it is AI. It is like, hey,
careful.
We're gonna pay, quote unquote, Joe AI. We're gonna pay somebody that understands how to manipulate the AI.
Pushing AI so bad.
So bad.
It's like they see AI as a way to cut some of the other things that's not is demanding, and they're able to use that to captivate them and cut some of the middleman out.
Yeah, and then I'll give it right back to you, because you're cooking. in reference to what Addict said about AI. And the other thing is too, this is what I highly recommend, and not recommend, but I think is going to happen also as a result of this, because I know people say, "Yo, storms coming. This looks bad." But the good that could potentially happen is, to me, what I call the circle of life. So you get people acquired, whatever. Then some people leave, get let go, and then they go do a startup. Exactly. And this is when we could get now the rise of the startup, and using tooling or whatever it is to cut costs for the new guy to get in. And we are seeing signs of that where, Archetype Studio, these are the former, BioWare guys, this studio, these are the former, guys. Because people are like, you know what, we can do it ourselves, you know what I'm saying, and have our own foundation for a business as opposed to working for someone. So that could be a result, which is what I'm hoping for. I'm not guaranteeing this, but we got to see. But continue, Sal. You were saying your points.
And I think another thing that the industry's finally starting to realize is like, hey, we cannot follow trends. We cannot assume.
Thank God.
We cannot assume.
That's the biggest issue in the industry.
Yeah, Addict, that's his point. Yeah,
I think a lot of the reason that some of these companies are in the situations that they are,
or WB.
They followed a trend after the wave was over. And you can't see an idea.
By the time the game's done, the wave's over.
The wave's over.
Yeah,
so it's like you missed it. So you would have had to come up with the idea pretty much at the same time that the popular one is popular, and be able to capitalize on it. Or by the time you come to market, even if the wave is waning a little bit, have something that differentiates itself enough where people will be interested, and you become popular that way. But that's
a great point.
But it's such, when you think about it, I find it so weird that so many smart business people jump on this and don't weigh the idea that
profit solve. They would
the idea of how much you're gonna make.
That COVID money,
so much.
That COVID money was lit.
It was
looking good.
We gonna buy a whole new team and make 6 more of these.
But nobody had the foresight to be like, yo, this ain't gonna last. Yo, just the fact logistically, we cannot get a game out in time.
I get it.
To know that this is still gonna be popular and we're gonna waste all this money on that. It's just very weird to me that it seems like a lot of companies didn't see that. Right. So the idea now that everybody's seeing all of that play out, and pretty much none of them being successful at it, and the big couple of games are still a big couple of games with a little bit of penetration from new things coming in. Obviously, the Palworlds of the world.
Pause on that one. I got to get a good strong.
Sorry.
That was crazy.
Palworlds, future world killing game foam stars. Is gonna be out there doing this thing. But pause on the penetration.
Continue, sir. That was in King's honor. King would have looked at me at that moment, and we would have laughed at each other. He definitely said something for that. Yes, please be specific with where you with penetration. Be specific.
So I'm glad about that. I'm really glad about that because it's obvious that these companies are looking at that like, yo, we can't do this, man. Yeah. Somebody looked at Jim Ryan's, roadmap, was like, nah, bro. It's saying, maybe Jim Ryan did. It was like, nah, we can't do this. It's just like, I'm glad about that because, again, it's a return to a normalization and seeing the industry for what it is and where it is and making sound decisions about the type of games you put out there, what the market wants, what the market will accept. Because, again, I don't think the market will accept like, hey, we can't give you these beautiful 4K games. Games are going to go back to 1080p. And they're going to be 5 hours long.
1080p. We may not get that 100-hour crazy, that Red Dead styles. You know what I'm saying?
I don't see those type of games. Let me say something. I'm sorry, we still going. I'm sorry.
Very last thing. And that is also why we start saying that, and we talked about it briefly earlier, but hey, they're eliminating the division that's going to be bringing physical games to market.
I was just about to mention that.
We have the leaks about Brooklyn and the all-digital Xbox Series X. This is where they're going. And, obviously slowly but surely, ever since the Xbox One generation and the PS4 generation, we saw that more and more of the market is leading into these digital purchases. And then we have, now you couple that with services and subscriptions and things of that nature. For them, they're going to save. We're probably not going to see the savings that much. We'll see the $50 game here and there, the digital thing. But for them, the importance is what do they save on their end that can justify you know, them moving forward and not have to worry about, hey, we're gonna have to lay off, you know, thousands of people because we can't sustain this growth that we had. So it's going to continue to be painful, and it's going to continue to suck. And something else will probably pop up that causes a problem as well. But I do think they're finally seeing the forest for the trees and stop having these dollar signs in their eyes and saying, oh, nah, it doesn't matter. I don't care about the pitfalls. We can make it happen. People are the purse strings are a little tighter now, and people making more sound decisions, I believe. But it's gonna suck because those sound decisions are sound business decisions, which means people are gonna go. That's just what it is.
Wake up call. Go ahead, Dirt. When we wrap up.
No, I was just saying what Saab was saying. He's 100% right. In my opinion, just the industry, we've been witnessing it right now. You know, like you just mentioned the games, you know, like Prince of Persia, a solid game, but it is a smaller game. Where the previous Prince of Persias back then, even though they were 2 generations ago, they were still considered AAA games.
AAA, third person action
adventure game. So that's, you know, I just feel that we as gamers, we got to realize this is coming, right? I mean, like there's some things in this world we have no control over, and I believe digital, smaller games. There will still be games with great graphics like a Hellblade 2, but they are going to be smaller experiences. Of course, there's still going to be the expensive sports games. You know, those games usually make their money back, right?
Yeah.
Annual releases, those games will still be there. You know, like the CODs, the GTAs, those games will still be there because those games are guaranteed, right, to be hits. But just me personally, I feel we are going to see less new AAA IPs, right? Big budget IPs.
Yeah,
I just feel they're going to be hesitant to do those style of games. I mean, there's going to be some games that still make it, but like a game that I actually enjoyed came out 2022, the Callisto Protocol. I actually like that game.
Callisto.
Game looked great story. I thought the game was great. Game flopped so bad that the company's pretty much done, right?
And I mean, the guy who worked on Dead Space,
Glenn
founder, Glenn Schofield left,
Schofield,
and started something else, I believe. The game also, which is crazy, cost over $150 million to make.
162 to be exactly what I read. Yeah, it's crazy, man. So yeah,
it's they got to figure it out.
They have to figure it out.
Man, unfortunate situation again. You know, our heart goes out to everybody, you know, who lost their position. You know, for me on Twitter, I just try to signal boost other opportunities for devs that are hiring and saying they're trying to get people to land on their feet. Awful situation. And this sucks, man. This is an industry-wide problem, and it's got to get better. This is just unacceptable, in my opinion, for one of the biggest industries, one of the biggest things in entertainment, and we can't hold on to our talent. To me, it's just
that's my thing. I don't want our best talent going to other industries.
Yeah, facts, especially about how much we love it. But that's all we got. We got a lot of super chats on.
Yeah, we got a few.
So, all right, fellas. I'm about to get out of here, man.
Oh, Dirt, appreciate you, brother. Game, oh yeah, you're ready for the game, brother. You got your ready going on. I see you.
Hey, let's go, baby. I appreciate you guys, man.
Dirt Griggity, love.
Thank you, man. Peace out, everybody in the chat. I'll see you guys tomorrow on my show. Thanks again, brother.
Peace. All right. Let's see. We have Danny Passion Official, $2 super chat. Oh my God, what a fight at I don't know if that means the beginning or the end of Tekken 8. I'm sure both fights were probably, the beginning one I think I did in the demo. I don't know that changed, but I'm sure the end of that story mode is probably crazy. So, but
your camera turned off.
What?
Yeah, I don't know what's up with that.
Whoa, okay. Can you hear?
No, I still can't. Just turn it on and off. Maybe that'll fix it.
Yeah, okay. Give me 1 second. That was weird.
What happened?
His camera's off.
The camera went off?
Yo, it just turned off.
Yeah, I had that.
Oh, here we go.
You back? It's
back?
Yeah, you good.
Okay. I don't know what happened now. All right. Let me see. Lord Metroid, $2 super chat. King is hanging out with Mike Ibarra, the lost DLC.
Yeah.
Then we got J-Boy on the Run, $5 super chat.
Ow!
Giving the industry and the other two companies the blueprint to adjust to changes. One thing Xbox gamers can say we will have say we will have new experiences. That is true. That is 100% true. We got Robot Octopus, £5 super chat. I feel like Xbox and Sony are in the game of all digital chicken. PlayStation is just faking support in digital with a bolt on disk drive. They want Microsoft to take the heat.
Are you implying this is a go first situation, like a digital Xbox One DRM?
Yeah, exactly. This is how you share games. Yeah, they don't want to jump in 100%. Xbox did the same thing with the HD DVD drive.
Yeah, Microsoft tends to be very early with that kind of stuff. Sometimes to their benefit or disadvantage.
Very bullish.
Yes,
very bullish.
Yes.
Sometimes to their detriment.
But sometimes it ultimately does get proven later that was the right way to go. It's just that they may have been too aggressive at the moment.
Too aggressive and early, yeah. And we got Reggie Mobile 9, $5 super chat. Salute to the Lords of Dirt. Great show. We in the law industry went through this in the early 2010s, and we felt insecure all the time. Layoffs.
Facts. Yeah, it's terrible in the building.
Yeah. And we got Danny Passion Official, $5 super chat. My wife works at a bank, and the company merged 2 years ago, and they also had a lot of layoffs. Until today, the layoff still continues without any notice. Yeah.
Sucks.
Yeah. Sometimes it's a very slow process. Then we got Senjutsu Sage, $10 super chat. Layoffs are terrible. There are, however, valid, legitimate safety reasons for abrupt notifications due to mass casualty incidents. The U.S. still has the world's best equipped mass murderers. That is true. And you never know, somebody come back and light things up. You don't want that. So it sucks because you can be, the belle of the ball one day, and if you get let go, they treat you like you are a stranger, and that's just the nature of it. And we got Gamer by Choice, $5 super chat. Addict, the other side, you'll tell someone in 6 million you are laid off. Some people would try to sabotage the company. I'm going through that now, and it sucks. Again, this is why they take certain precautions and not tell people ahead of time. It sucks, but that's why. Then we got Kids Move, $5 super chat. People made a bigger deal than what it is. Last year, Microsoft laid off 10,000 in January 23. This just wasn't all that big in comparison. Damn, 10,000.
Wow.
I don't remember.
I don't remember. They probably.
Yeah.
I know a ton of layoffs last year too.
Yeah.
Probably maybe did. I can't remember.
Yeah.
I do vaguely remember that.
Was it Microsoft, or you mean
It
layoffs?
was Microsoft,
Microsoft.
all of Microsoft, I think.
Okay.
Yeah, I think there were layoffs last year.
Then we have Outlaw 2120, $5 super chat. It's normal people that get laid off every day, just like this, and ain't making nowhere near as much money as those developers are making. That is very true. Whatever. This is not to justify it or anything like that, but hopefully dev salaries are at a point where it's like, hopefully these people have a little bit of cushion that allows them to look without really falling into a lot of financial issues, but still devastating nonetheless.
Yeah.
Then we got Senjutsu Sage again, $5 super chat. Layoffs are devastating, and I feel for them, but companies also have a responsibility to those who still remain and still work there. Safety first. Then we have Danny Passion Official, $5 super chat. The conversation should be about how many of these people siding or part of what was happening at ABK, the cleanup was coming. Yeah, there's speculation that it was like, okay, they took this as the opportunity to get rid of any bad actors at Activision Blizzard, and we haven't really heard the fallout of that. If that is the case, from people that are still there, like, hey, these people that were accused of doing X, Y, and Z are now gone.
Right.
That would put maybe a little bit of a better spin on some of this stuff, but
still,
we haven't heard.
Still 1900.
Still 1900. Yeah.
Other outside of ABK and still ZMX.
They weren't 1900 sexual harassers.
Got to cleanse the great purge.
The great purge.
That would be crazy.
That many.
If you was on that list.
Yeah, exactly.
If it was that many people, there was way more stuff going on over there than we thought.
Ooh, that's a blizzard. Oh, man. Jesus.
Then we got Wavy Kosher member for 8 months. Lord Silver, shout out to everyone that's been laid off. I hope they find something better and more secure. I wanted to pursue development, but this past year has me wary.
That's what I'm saying.
Yeah, that's fair.
For all we know, we could get more, top tier developers, more, that that one in a kind type of talent that comes around every couple years, but you know they probably working for DoorDash behind closed doors right now. They're probably doing the tech side of that. Like,
well, we were still talking to Neil, right? Neil even said his story was sneaking into E3s, hoping to get a job, and then was it Jason Rubin, who we had in the realm as well? You know, Neil told me, like, he took his information. He didn't think he was going to get called or whatever. But I think for an internship job, you know what I'm saying? And then look at what Neil is. So these are the opportunities that help people get in. And if they're not available, it's getting harder to get in the industry.
Harder.
Yeah.
And I would be very surprised if a lot of the people that's still in the industry right now, that after they see that, okay, that's it. Like, I'm looking for something else.
Yeah,
like,
especially those who are affected, right? Yeah, I can say that's it. I can't deal with this.
Yeah, we got 774 in the chat with 34 likes. Hit that like, people.
Hit that like button.
No, refresh your YouTube page.
He said it's higher. Okay. Still hit the damn like.
Hit the damn like, damn it. Then we got, let me see, Bay Area, $5 super chat. What's up, Lords, and my boy Dirt? Hey, Cog, our Niners kick off in 3 hours. Yeah. The quest for 6 will prevail.
Yes, sir. Yes, sir. Let's go. Hopefully, Debo in the building.
Then we got Mandingo McThickens, $20 super chat. For those echoing frustration about the perceived lack of empathy for those laid off, understand that this is life. Early in my career, I was promoted on a Wednesday and laid off that Friday. Now I make over 140K. I had to bounce back. Yeah, I mean, this is unfortunately, this is a part of life, and I'm sure a lot of these people are gonna bounce back. But it's hard. It's hard when the rug is pulled out from under you, and you have no time to prepare. That's just tough for anyone.
Facts.
Then we got GSD, aka Getting Stuff Done, $5 super chat. Everyone remember the interest rate hikes? All corporations have debt with banks. This is happening in lots of industries. Yeah, despite being $1 trillion company, there's debt everywhere, and and that's something unfortunate. But yeah, that's the worker pays always.
Yeah.
Then we have the professor with the $5 super chat. Shout out to somebody wilding out today in the Bronx.
Yeah, shout out to that. I hear the cops. I hear the cops pulling up.
There's always an ambulance. People stay home and watch football. What are y'all doing out in the street? Let me see, $5 super chat from the professor. 100% confer. I don't know if you meant to say cog. I can't remember who, but the pricing in game never truly reflected inflation like other sectors, and a new model is required. Storm is coming. We've talked about forever how we used to pay $80 for games back in the day. As soon as they got that battery backup in Nintendo games, you're talking about $100 for a game easily. Yeah. And nobody batted an eye. You would look in the Toys R Us circular, and you would see these different price games. Like, damn, what the hell?
Yeah, Super Mario joints was like 100. I remember joints is great. Inflation is great.
And then like us, if we imported games, forget it.
It's over.
Forget. Tekken 3 cost us each almost $100 each.
And we're not going to talk about how much play for import PlayStation 2. We going to move on. That's like a good G. Continue.
And we got THX 1138 member for 2 months, Lord Bronze. Game crash of 1984, I was there. So were we. One day industry is booming. The next week, doors closed. It was wild. Don't want to see it again, but CEO greed.
Keep an eye out.
You got to keep an eye out for, you have to make bets that are sustainable.
Yeah, especially if there's no pivots like during the over there and everybody just maintain.
You just remember just the .com bubble when everybody had a .com and nobody had an actual physical store to support what the .com was doing, and everything crashed.
Yeah.
Then we got Sage once again, $5 super chat. King is in here, so I have to fill the void. When you guys say something has to give for the games industry, a crash? No, but K&N sources say no PS6.
Shout out to K&N sources.
King would be proud.
King would be very proud, Sage. You holding him down. Holding him down. Salute.
Then we have Sage once again, $5 super chat. We will see more new big AAA new IP but mostly from Xbox. Game Pass limits risk and takes pressure off of sales. Just grow yearly recurring revenues. Well, that's the hope, right?
That's the hope, right? And the fact that they have the Minecrafts or the Kings and all that those projects could help supplement the other stuff, right?
But again, Sage, you think about what AAA thus far stands for in the Xbox space. It is, it is a smaller Outer Worlds. It is a smaller Avowed. It is a Senua that's, 7 or 8 hours, right? It isn't. They're not doing that. There's going to be an aversion to let's make a 100-hour game. It just is what it is.
Yeah, especially. I agree.
Then we have Hollywood Rules, $2 super chat. GoldenEye cost me $100.
Facts. Remember them days.
Facts.
Cartridges, no joke.
Oh my God. That's it. We're caught up on super chats right now.
All right. This is me. Tekken 8. Get ready for the next battle. Oh, hold on. Hollywood Rules, $2. You said I paid $85 for Pat Riley basketball Genesis.
With the close-ups,
the close-up.
Oh my God.
Salute. But yeah,
state-of-the-art technology.
State-of-the-art, baby. So yeah, we here, man. Tekken 8. It is released, finally out there in stores. Namco currently sitting at about a 90 Metacritic. Yep, still 90 Metacritic right now. Reviewing very well. Super impressed. I'm just going to give my overall thoughts. Obviously, I've been, playing this series for over 30 years. That's crazy.
That's insane when you reminded me of that.
30 years of Tekken, and I've been there, since the very beginning. And, it kind of started off as like a knockoff Virtua Fighter clone that wasn't really as good as Virtua Fighters, but I like the limb system. Each button had a limb and all that. And then I would say peak Tekken was probably 3 is when they surpassed Virtua Fighters.
I think 3 is the pinnacle of Tekken.
3 was pinnacle. Now 4 was kind of 5 got them back to go. Some people feel 5 is the pinnacle. I just got to be real. Like, I know it's early. I've done the story mode. I've done the campaign. I've played a bit. And there's still a lot of things I got to do. But the way this is projecting, we could be talking about the greatest Tekken of all time. It's that good. Like, first of all, Unreal Engine 5. Whoo, hurrah to good Lord. I don't know what sorcery y'all doing. You know when it's crazy, Solve? We are at the point in Tekken 8 where the in-game graphics look better than the pre-rendered.
Yeah.
And I'm just like, this is different. Like, the facial animation, it is just the effects, the backgrounds. I mean, the characters are so distinct. They ooze the personality. Then I think on Series X, and it's like 60 with 4K 60, but I'm probably moving down like to 1440, mainly consistent. Shout out to Digital Foundry. They did the break. They said the edge did have the Series X on the graphic, that is slight edge there. Doesn't drop no lower than 1440p. Consistent frame rate is sick. Look, the music, God tier music. I'm talking about. Usually every Tekken game has about 2 tracks that are like super stand out. This got about like 9. You know what I'm saying? And then like as you go through the story, it is just continually better and better, and they did it with the story, but I got to give it up in the sense that, look, Tekken evolved the formula Tekken kind of set the trend where when you come out with a fighting game, you got to have extras. They pioneered that. They pioneered having endings in the game, different modes in the game, Tekken Ball, all this stuff, right? But when it came, and then each character had an ending, including the sub-boss. But when it came now till we get to like the Mortal Kombats, Mortal Kombat just takes it to the next level. All the characters are involved in the narrative. Tekken finally addressing this issue, which is the biggest elephant in the room with like 7, where it's like the budget seemed to be all with the Akuma story, but it's like no one else. And then what are the other characters doing if you're not a Mishima? You know what I'm saying? And now we have that full rostered kind of Avengers-like story. You know what I'm saying? With Kaz, and I'm not going to spoil it, but it's really good. I will say this, though. The Mortal Kombat game, if y'all want to say, yeah, that's cool, it still ain't messing with MK's narrative, that's fair as far as serious, realistic tone, for the most part. What I like that Tekken's doing is they are going super anime and not taking themselves overly serious. You know what I'm saying? They have them on, but this, it's something. Multiple endings, Tekken Force mode, plot twist, dope character, like, they did that. And then the last thing is, not the last thing, but the PvP aspect, obviously playing online. Now, day one was Woo, little spooky day
It's a
one.
little rough.
Little rough. We trying to set up player matches and getting sent the dashboard, and I'm like, oh, not like this.
Rollback wasn't rolling back.
Oh, it was real spooky. But the patch immediately, shout out to Rod and the team, the next day, boom, functional servers. Things were, I was very spectator mode for everybody that's in there. So we could do the rotation. You get 8 to 10. You could sit who's private, who's not. You know, you want other people online to come in. The connection rate, everything, fantastic. I've played a lot of ranked online, you know, getting my skill in. The net code is strong. That was probably with Tekken 6 probably. The net code was probably not the straight. Tekken net code has really been bad since 5, to be honest. You know what I'm saying? But nah, that's really good. Now we just got to see how the balancing works out over time. And the last thing I'll just say is a game changer. Solve, you're going to appreciate this.
Heat?
All right, Heat is a game changer for the aggressive, because remember, old Tekken dudes be turtling, they don't want to fight, they want a Korean backdash, they want to do all these movement and not get in and then pick their shots. Heat changes the game. Oh, you're going to fight, because if that heat is on you, boss, you are going to get chip damaged away. Now, that chip damage, in fairness to the person who's being super defensive and seeing their energy go away, if they start fighting back, they could regain some lost health. So it's a push-pull to get people to get in the mix. You know what I'm saying? So you got that. But to me, the ultimate game changer, which is going to take, I wish King was here for this. Yo, Tekken Ghost Battle, that AI is next level. This is where AI is, I don't care what nobody say, super positive for the industry, because let me tell you why. The ghost battles are so dope. So let's just say we all playing for the night, right? Me, you, Kai, the crew. So let's just say Kai or someone was just really beating you and troubling you with a specific character, whatever. It's all your matches, you was just having problems. Tekken automatically saves the replay of every fight. You go to the replay section, right? You can do 2 things. First, you could I'm gonna download Cognito's Ghost. I could download his Ghost. I could how he fight with his harangue. I'm gonna put him in, and I could just mix up with him. And it's AI doing all my tendencies. Oh, I like to loop flamingo here. I like to start off the fight here. I like to down to the science of that's me. Right? So they got the movements down, but here's where it gets next level.
See how if I was playing head-to-head fighters, Cog whoop me up and down the streets, I play AI and I beat Cog. So
that's how you doing it. So the thing was next levels, besides the ghost battles, that now you can do these fight against all the people you've downloaded, and you can name them as a rival, you can do all this stuff. But where it's next level is the replay. So now let's just say me and you were fighting, right? We fight Kai. So you fight Kai, you're like, damn, he's giving me problems with his Jin, right? Or his Devil Jin. You now go to the match, watch the replay. The replay tells you during the fight that you're watching, Solve, when he was doing that string, all that was high, you could have ducked. It stops it. They didn't let you enter the replay. Let you enter the replay at the moment they giving you the tips to then work on it and fight in real time in the real play.
Yeah, I didn't do all of that yet.
Bro,
oh my God.
The replays is crazy. Then you could go back to watching, rewinding, fast forwarding. Then they'll even have things like, all right, see, you was blocking that. You could have punished him with this. Here are some suggested moves. So this is all about getting people better. You see what I'm saying? The ghost battle and the AI is next level. I wish King was here because I was going to talk about Lord. I ain't Lord AI, but I was going to talk about Pro. This is where AI could be good for gaming, right? This is where a situation where you're like, fighting games need this. Like, this is so next
amazing.
Level. Bro, there was a dude online that was tearing me up with Leo. I was like, I can't. He's whiffing me. He's doing these stances. He's doing all stuff. Man, if I ain't download that man Ghost, put it in, and I was like, oh, I can stop it. This is what I can do to stop it now. This is what he's doing. Okay. And then characters you unfamiliar. You know how it is remember when Eddie Gordo first came out? You're like, oh, good Lord. But the dude, there's characters like that. So it's such a next level jump for fighting. Bro, I'm telling y'all right now.
That's crazy.
Champ is here. The champ is here. I'm telling y'all right. That Tekken, man. I'm just saying. They doing a phenomenal job. They really did it. I know it's early, but it could be the GOAT. It could, it's already feeling like that, and it's really good. So highly advised. Last thing, if you a dude that don't play fighting games, you like, nah, son, I can't do this. This is what it is. I'm telling you right now. I forgot about arcade mode. which is you make a literally avatar that looks like a little Nintendo Wii kind of thing. You make your man, and the game goes through a story mode of going from arcade to arcade. And they have all these characters teach you little aspects of Tekken, tell you how to get them, how to use the new system. Like for someone who's completely new, you do that. And if you still suck at Tekken, you still don't. Dad mode, special style. Special style, put the thing on one button, and you could get the combos out. Listen, Tekken.
You still have fun.
Y'all got it. I know it's early, but as far as Tekkens go, yeah, this definitely feel like the GOAT level.
All those things you talked about at the end right there, I tried in the demo. Right, I said I tried the little arcade mode, going place to place. And yes, every time you go to a different place, you will get somebody in the arcade showing you, hey, let me show you this aspect of the fighting of the system. Let me show you what heat does. Let me show you all this. And it's a step-by-step way to get you ingrained in there. So that to me from the beginning, I was like, yes, because I know Street Fighter did it. I was like, they need to figure out a way to onboard people in a way, because Tekken is a complicated game. It is simplistic.
There's nothing like that in Mortal Kombat. I would actually feel a little bit more I would feel a little bit more confident on playing like Tekken or like online, because they have an aspect like that. Like Mortal Kombat's like, you just gotta learn, or just don't play. Like,
don't play. Yeah, with Tekken, right, the core of it is simple, because again, you go back to the whole idea of left punch, left kick, right kick. That is the basis for it. That is it. And then you can make combinations of those to get combos out, grabs, different things, and a lot of that stuff you can map to triggers and stuff to make it easier for yourself. But the biggest key to Tekken has always been understanding distance, understanding the pecking game, what they call okizeme, right? The ground game, right? The ground game, the get up game, and understanding that for every move that somebody does, there are multiple ways to counter it and punish it. And it's a matter of you kind of learning your own style, what you like to use.
This is where it gets next level. You know, the traditional tech is you go to your character, then you go to your move list. In the move list, there's a separate thing, not only just your move set for the character, there's also, punisher moves when somebody keeps blocking you, when someone does this. Like, they have scenarios, and they have scenario command list moves that tell you when to use certain moves. This is what it's effective for. That's different for different scenarios in the fight. So now you're like, I'm struggling against somebody that blocks all the time. Like, here's low. This is what you do for pressure. Here's a combo. It really is helping the player. But continue.
Yeah, no. To me, that level of depth has always been impenetrable for a lot of people, right? We used to always buy the Prima guide. Every time we bought the game, you buy the Prima guide with it, with all the move sets, whatever. And then we would go into the dojo and we would just practice learning the moves first. And then after learning the moves, you play against each other and you figure out what works in what scenario. And that's how we learned to play. But again, the game was never really so good at teaching you. It was good at teaching you the moves and going in there, but scenarios and sort of teaching you how to play the game and how to best play the game, it was always us just figuring stuff out on the fly. So the fact that they're realizing, hey, for fighting games to really elevate the way they were back then, and we again with Street Fighter 6 and MK1 and now this, like, they're back, baby. They're really back.
Fighting game is back, man. Tekken is that. Highly recommend. That's all I got. Unless y'all got any more questions for me on the game or whatever.
Well, I just want to give a little bit of my.
Oh, sure. So I forgot you picked up. I
got it.
My bad.
Hasn't played it. But so I downloaded it initially on the ROG because I wasn't home to play it anyplace else. So I put it on the Ally. I saw like John Linneman's breakdown for the Steam Deck. So I was like, so the Ally is going to chew this up. And like, if the Steam Deck could get it to 60, the Ally is going to chew it up. And honestly, on default, all I did was drop the resolution down because it defaulted to 1080p. So I dropped it to 900 and I got that 60. And everything at medium settings. And the size of the screen means that you don't have to worry, about missing out on detail. It looks absolutely beautiful, runs smoothly, so I can get my practice on the go. The dojo on the go. It's a special thing. But I went yesterday and I downloaded it onto the, shout out to NZXT, the NZXT Player 3 AMD edition. That's right.
Salute.
Let's get that link in the chat if we can.
Let's go. Let's get the NZXT up there.
But I downloaded it there, right? And I downloaded it, let the game load up, went into the game, and I'm like, man, it's a little slow. Like it's a little slow. So I'm like, okay, I hadn't looked at what it defaulted to. I just saw it was a little slow. So I go in, and obviously what it defaults to is it analyzes your system and says, okay, your system could do this. I go in. If this game did not default to, your system can run this game at damn near 8K resolution.
Oh yeah, 8K.
It defaulted to it was almost 8K resolution. And I'm just like, what the hell? And mind you, it was just a little slow. I was like, it's funny. It
was still moving. It just a little slow,
it was a little slow. I'm like, oh, okay, dude. I dropped it to 4K. Everything ultra. Oh my God!
Are you implying I need to test this out or not?
Yes, you need. Yes, you do.
I need to show you. I had to show my build.
Yeah. Actually, and speaking of show your build, we need to see that Jin statue, your special edition.
Yeah. Oh, we got that.
Give a shout out.
Like a shout out to, you know what I'm saying, Diogo Padrão. You know what I'm saying?
Oh my God!
Hooking your boy up. Let me see that. You see that crispy? Hold on. Let's pin that for a second. Oh, I can't. Well, there we go. Boom. Let's pin that Kazama. You know what I'm saying? To do the light up joint.
Collector's edition. That's beautiful, man.
Sick, bro. This joint is crazy.
Yeah. Shout out to the snail killer. That was beautiful. Yeah. So I did that. I was like, oh my God. This game, like, people complain about Unreal that there's hitches and it's clippy, whatever, but they got this engine singing in this game.
Unreal 5.
It is a sight to behold on PC, man. It really is.
Now I'm playing in 4K Ultra with HDR on, he said.
Yeah. It is ridiculous. And it runs smooth as butter. And like everything you said, they added everything they needed to it to be in line with, MK and to be in line with Street Fighter, in addition to it just being Tekken and there's something very special about Tekken. Yeah. It's that 3D space. There's one thing that I was a little like I have to still get used to, right? And for me, from back in the day, it was like, okay, there was Virtual Fighter as the most grounded fighter, and then there was Tekken to me, where it was like the
anime
moves felt, the moves were grounded with within reason. Obviously, we were fighting against pandas and whatever, but the moveset still felt relatively grounded in like real martial arts or whatever, right? And that hasn't changed here. But like you alluded, like the anime of it has increased exponentially, right?
Yes.
So there's a lot of explosions,
devil jeans,
Everybody's on steroids.
Yeah. Everybody's worked out.
Everybody's working out.
Everybody beefy.
So initially, I was like, yo, it's almost too many effects while fighting. I'm like, sometimes I can't even see the moves that are coming because there's some kind of sparkling effect or something like that. So I'm like, okay. But I asked Kai, and he says, I can adjust that on my end.
Yes.
So I don't see all of that, and it looks like a more grounded experience, even though it's online. It's playing out as this crazy, bombastic experience. Because to me, that was the only thing where it's like, for whatever reason, like it was a little, it threw me off because I'm like, man, I can't see the move. I'm seeing it felt kind of like, and mind you, I felt this way when Street Fighter started doing it, right? I was a Street Fighter 2 purist, just the super moves, dragon punches and spinning kick, and that's it. And then we started getting supers, and I'm like, okay, but they're just stronger versions of their regular moves. So okay, that's fine. But Alpha took it in another direction. You had like straight up super moves, and now in Street Fighter 6 MK, you have literal like super moves that are full on like pre-rendered animations or whatever. So it makes sense that they would do it in Tekken, but it took a little bit of getting used to in that regard. But I just love the fact they don't take themselves too seriously in the story. It's kind of ridiculous and fun. They brought back so Tekken Force is back as well, in addition to Tekken.
So it's technically back, but like in a mode, I mean, in the game during the story, there's a part where it kind of comes back.
It does it. Okay. Yeah, so I haven't done the story yet. I went in immediately and I did King's little story vignette thing, and then I went right into the dojo to practice. So that's what I've been doing. So I need to get the story mode done this week. But man, I'm happy. I didn't really jump in on 7 like that. I got it on Xbox day one. I was excited day one, and I thought the game was good. I was a little mad that it was 720p and it was like blurry, and I wasn't happy with it. So I just kind of fell off. But I I need to get my King back
Gotta
up.
get back in there, fam.
I need to get my
Get
Brian
back in
Fury
there,
back up. Tekken is back, and to your point, it's quite possible that this could be an all timer. Because
Yeah.
for me, 3 was untouchable. 3 was
Facts.
such an elevation of that formula. Speaking of games that we paid a lot for, we all got the import version, and it was like $90, $100.
Bro, that
to
game
get it.
ain't leave my PlayStation 1.
Nope.
That game
All
is
of us
ingrained.
and all of us were playing it on that. Not even the modded PlayStation.
Yes.
It was with the little eraser,
The eraser,
holding the tray open.
yeah.
So
Things
yeah,
we
man,
did for Tekken.
Tekken means a lot to us.
No
So
doubt. So it's out there. Go check it out. And highly recommend it, even if you're not into fighting games. But that's all I got. Let's add it. Got anything? We're going to move on. So, super chats before we go on.
yeah, let's get me a couple. Let me see. We got the Black John, $5 super chat.
It's the Black John. So be clear.
Black John.
This is not the White John. This is the Black John. Be clear. No confusion.
Yeah, Tekken currently has the longest running story for a fighter. MK and Street Fighter can't see them. That is true. The Mishima saga is epic.
It's crazy. Them kids, that family's wild.
Yeah. Then we got Pixel Bit G, $5 super chat. Peace, Lords. How does the AI in Tekken hold up versus Killer Instinct Shadow Lords mode and its Shadow AIs?
I would feel. In fairness, I haven't really gone that deep with the Killer Instinct one. I would say that the difficulty of Tekken's AI on default is a little regular. So I would,
easy.
if you want that real challenge, I feel like you probably have to bump the difficulty. If you're like a seasoned veteran in Tekken, bump it up. But it's in the right spot for people who are new or just new to the systems.
Yeah, I went right to hard mode. Pause.
Oh, damn.
I went, I'm not, because it gets easy. You start grabbing people up, and you start. I'm
Yeah,
like,
if you
no,
feel that, then that means you're a vet. This ain't
Yeah,
giving you. Yeah.
exactly. But yeah, I wish King were here because King played a lot of Killer Instinct.
Yeah.
And I enjoyed it superficially, but I didn't really go crazy deep into like learning it or whatever, which I should have because it was a great game.
Yeah.
But I don't know about how good the Shadow stuff is.
Yeah.
Then we have Sage once again, $10 super chat. Saab is right, but that's where the genius of grabbing Bethesda and other RPG teams comes in. RPGs offer more gameplay, value. Starfield, Elder Scrolls 6, Clockwork, etc. Xbox picked the future RPGs. That is true. That is true. And you will get, again, with Starfield, you will get that, whatever, 1,000-hour game, right? But the BGS games, you'll get that. I have a feeling that Obsidian isn't going to go too crazy in terms of making larger RPGs. I think they like the type of RPG
They've
they
literally
make.
said it. They changed the scope as far as the outlook of what was avowed with it in terms of they were going to try to do Skyrim. They're like, nope, let's get back to what we're doing.
What we do best.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Hub world more condensed.
Then we got Danny Passion Official, $2 super chat. On PC, the final fight at 4K 60 is mind blowing. Yeah, all the effects. Like I said, that game looked crazy. Oh my god. Then we got Don Otaku, $5 super chat. Tekken 8, cool and all, but when the new Smash comes out, it's over. I'll see you in about a decade, Don Otaku. That's when it's coming.
That's how long it's gonna take for them to take out the Tekken 8.
They're gonna bring out Ultimate again for the Switch 2. That's for sure. Super Switch. They definitely will do that.
Yeah, no doubt.
Then we got Joe Repco, aka Flame, $5 super chat. Good afternoon, ILP. It sucks to see Xbox have the biggest W this year with Palworld, and then follow it up with the biggest L with those. I didn't think about that. It's true. They always find a way to step on the rake somehow.
Playoffs, man. It's crazy.
Yeah, I mean, it was always coming, right? They couldn't help it. Nobody knew that Palworld was going to blow up that way. But it is funny. It's like sometimes they can't ever have an extended W. There's always something to come out to
Consistent
taint
W's.
it somehow. Yeah, so, hey, whatever. Palworld is still out there eating crazy.
Yeah.
So we're caught up. We're good.
Cool. Addict, this is you. There's another game out in these streets on the same day that Infinite Wealth was going on.
You could set me up.
Yeah, well, look, it's Infinite Wealth time. Let's see. Shit, didn't I have? Oh, no, I do. It's currently, let's refresh, though. Currently sitting at an 89 Metacritic. And, again, came out the same day as Tekken 8. huge reviews. A lot of people saying a lot of positive stuff. This is the evolution of the Like a Dragon series, turn-based now, JRPG, and of course, Ichiban Kasuga, the main protagonist, was introduced, and then we had Like a Dragon Gaining, which kind of gave the backstory for Kiryu, and now the team up in Hawaii, so to speak. But a different vibe in the beginning. So I want you to get into what you've played so far. You know, what's your thoughts on Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth as a person who, correct me if I'm wrong, like I got you into the series with Like a Dragon, the first one. So this is now your second one. So what's your feel? What's the vibe?
I really, first off, I want to be transparent. I didn't play like the game between Like a Dragon and this. What was it called?
Emmanuel erased his name, Like a Dragon.
Yeah, well, I forgot that name. So, I went into this just with the knowledge of Like a Dragon, and I didn't feel like I needed that so far. No, I'm only probably 6 hours in.
Okay.
So I probably need to go on. I do think this game is slow out the gate for some reason, and I don't think it's as bad on people that watched and played Like a Dragon. But if this is your first game into the franchise, I think you're gonna like it less because it's a lot of Easter eggs and like fan service for the beginning, because you're in the same area from Like a Dragon, and you're getting a lot of that. Oh, I remember this place. I remember that. I remember these characters. But if you have none of that knowledge, you're gonna be like, "Are we really on this dude with this date? Like really? Like it shows you again how out of touch Ichiban has and always will be.
Bro, he's such a goofball. I love it.
Yeah, and what I like is like Ichiban's always Like a Dragon was everyone is in the real world but Ichiban. Like he's literally having like a mental breakdown. And his imagination, he'll like see a sword or people will transform him. And what I love how they handled the conversation and the story is the rest is like, this dude's lost his mind. Go with it. Like at the beginning when you finally get to that point again, and they're like, "We got to get the bat out." Yeah, and he just starts saying, he's like, "They transformed." He's like, "Oh," and then the people with you's, "Oh yeah, that happened last time. Just go with it. He's crazy. It's fine."
So for clarity, Ichiban, when you play the game, when you're fighting in battles, he visualizes, his favorite game is Dragon Quest. So he visualizes, you see it through his eyes as if everybody's these evil monsters and crazy characters and stuff like that sometimes. And what it is
it is a modern game that is the only way I've seen pull a fantasy style without breaking the modern play. Yes. And it's crazy how they do it. Like Ichiban is like, he kind of belongs in a straitjacket somewhere. Like he really does. He's literally lost his mind. Like he sees like at the beginning of a fight, they'll transform into other stuff, and Ichiban's the only person seeing all of this.
Yes, the rest of them are like, we don't know what you're talking about, fam.
And since you're playing through Ichiban's point of view, you're seeing it, but no one else is. And what I like is they acknowledge he's crazy. No, just go with it. It's cool. Like,
yes, that's what makes it fun.
He's like a goofy version of Old Boy. Like he's been locked up forever. He comes out and he's all back. His mind is messed up and he doesn't realize it.
It's not that the prison thing. It's just that he's such a. He's like this dreamer, happy-go-lucky, trying to.
No, he's crazy.
He's and on top of that, I view the world like a video game.
Okay, so he literally sees the world that way.
Yes.
Okay.
And what's funny is like the first one you come across like this bat that's in the ground, and you'll sit there and you go up to it, and like the other two can't lift it, and then he's the only one that lifts it, and that becomes Ichiban's main weapon throughout
like
the
it's
game.
Excalibur.
It's like a bat.
Yeah.
And what's funny is like it's just crazy. I've never seen a game that kind of has like that Final Fantasy era, but this game is clearly in modern era. But what happens is you're playing it through someone that's pretty much gone crazy, and he sees all these things, and then everyone's just with it. Yes. Oh no, that's how it goes. And like every time they do a move that would not be realistic in the world, they acknowledge that that's Ichiban.
Yes.
It's good. We just go with it. Like,
yeah, it's like listen, with it, breaking the wall on certain things. It's absolutely hilarious. And to your point, like the real world situations that's going on, dudes got laid off, dudes getting jobs, situations is going. It's just crazy. It's a crazy. But continue. So where you at with then as far as the combat, and did you in Hawaii yet?
yes, I'm in Hawaii.
Okay, you met the homie yet? Was Kiryu the team up went down yet?
No, not yet. Not
Okay,
yet.
okay.
I've met a couple people.
Okay.
I almost got robbed.
Oh, you got
so
robbed when you
that's-
touched down? Oh no.
Yeah, I almost got robbed. It's interesting. Like right now, I don't have the other people, so I'm kind of curious on like his imagination, what's going to happen when he runs into the newer people,
Mm-hmm.
and like, are they going to have more of a back and forth? Because if you guys remember in the first one, like it was a minute before they accepted Ichiban's just crazy.
Yes.
So like, oh, I don't know what you're talking about, Ichiban. So I'm kind of curious how they're going to handle that happening again.
No doubt. What about the fighting system, the mini games?
They've
anything?
improved it in every aspect. Now, if they're around each other, they'll attack each other as well. You could hit people in the buildings. They have definitely improved this game on every aspect.
Daddy Patch says no spoilers. We got you, Daddy. We ain't spoiling. We good. No, I got you. And then I was gonna say obviously the combat, the turn-based doing. So right now you got like a party, what 3-4 in your joint, or just Ichi still right now? In
Just
your party?
each. Well, I'm not gonna. I do have other people in my party, but I don't want to go into
Yeah.
that because that would be spoiling.
Now, how we feeling about Hawaii as the setting so far? Like you feeling this a nice?
I don't
change?
think I've played enough that
To
I
make
can
that,
really
okay.
give. Like I literally just got there.
No, I got you. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. I mean, I'm probably way earlier than you. I didn't get a chance because I said playing so damn much damn Tekken. But and both my favorite games drop on the same day. But
Well, I gotta say, man, it's not often that you have two games you're so anticipating, and they both hit it out the park, man. Like that's sometimes, man.
Yeah, no,
one
listen.
of them fails you.
Yeah, no, for facts, it usually never works out. Especially these type of games, Tekken being a hardcore fighting game. Sometimes the fighting games don't pop off. Forget that. And then with you got Like a Dragon. As much as I love it, Yakuza historically has kind of been this good series, but kind of niche and not that critical acclaim. But when my man came, Ichiban Kasuga, they changed the system to turn-based JRPG. It's so good to see the critical reception that it's now receiving. And they marketing is crazy right now.
That's why, like, when people try to clarify, this is why Final Fantasy went away from turn-based. It's like, but every modern turn-based that actually took it to the next level is all rating high. They're all selling well. You got Persona, with Persona 5 and Royale was like an 88 plus.
Yeah.
This game's an 89. The previous one did well too. So it's just like, don't give me that. Like they wanted to get as many people possible playing, and now games like 16 happen. That's more of an action game than RPG. So
Speaking of quick marketing, I'm going to change the subject for a second. Did y'all see the drone
Tekken 8 joint?
Tekken 8 over London Bridge?
Oh, bro.
how did they even do that?
I have no idea. That was crazy. That was bonkers.
I have no idea. I saw it on Jez's time. I'm like, is this real? Like, this is crazy.
Yeah,
insane.
that was insane.
Yeah, no, I get you. I mean, and then, obviously, Like a Dragon's market has been crazy. They've been going over. They got Drew getting. Obviously, the Lord's a part of it. You know what I'm saying? You see some of us on that. You see me on that. But it's just good to see. To your point, like the marketing for these type of games, and then now they're getting the critical success. Now I want to see if this actually translates to sales. That's going to be big to see if it actually, because I know Like a Dragon really did well. I remember RGG was very impressed with how it did. So to see how it is. But go ahead, Attic, I'll let you finish.
I'm hoping that it did well and it continues to do well, because you know how like, oh, this is turn-based, we're switching the combat.
Yeah.
We're not going to have our expectations be as high as we normally would for a game like this. So I'm hoping that, just because the first game did well, now we want triple.
Hold on.
We want triple this one.
The chat coming for they don't like my listen. I've made me and Kiryu cool after playing the manhood race today. So the Kiryu slander has calmed down. But we're not going to do the Ichiban slander saying that when my man came, the game actually actually sold. we're going to put respect on Ichiban's name as far as popularity and mass appeal to this franchise that wasn't selling when your man was the leader. So I feel you, Mr. Too Opinionated. And what's his name? RIG, Shower, the original Shower Posse 86. I see you gang and all that, but put respect on Ichiban for taking the series forward with the sale. I always got to get him a little bit. Continue. You good? You muted. Attic, you muted. Can't hear you.
Yeah, I hear you.
Oh, there you go. Now I can hear you.
It's good, man. I'm really enjoying it so far. I've been streaming on the Addict Arena channel. So, you know, really good, man. So far, solid experience. This and Final Fantasy Rebirth were probably my two most anticipated games this year, and Avowed. Like, those are the three, like, trifectas that I really, really want to play this year. And it seems like, you know, hopefully all of them, you know, deliver.
Yeah, give it a shot, man. This seems really cool. I want to. Sorry, will we ever be getting you in the world of Yakuza one day? Maybe a little like a dragon, a little Infinite Wealth?
I mean, the fact that is turn based and it's, you know, obviously a mission based like RPG is something that I could consider being able to play on the ROG and like dropping it, coming back and forth. So maybe because I bought the first one at the launch of the Xbox Series X. I'm like, I'm gonna play this. And it stayed right there, bro.
Oh, that was the time you were supposed to play. It wasn't no real Halo Infinite. Wasn't no major launch games out.
But you know what it was? Like everything, like at that point, everything started changing for me. Like I had to work more, and it was like same happened with me. Like again, I had my issues with FF7 remake, you know, Barrett's voice and stuff like that. But overall, I love that game. I had to stop playing it because I didn't have the time anymore.
I feel you.
And then I'm so far in that, you know, that original playthrough on PlayStation. I'm like, man, like, do I want to, even though I could pick it up on PC and start it again on the ROG or whatever. I'm like, damn, I'm so far in that game. I just need to find time to go in and you know, take the half hour it's going to take me to relearn everything or whatever. But I don't want to start all over again.
I got you.
But this, I just, again, I heard so many good things about this second one. Like, yo, it takes the formula. It fixes, you know, a lot of the things that people had issues with in the first one. You know, the same, you know, level of comedy and people really love this turn-based, right? Because the original was just a kind of a beat 'em up. It was kind of, in a lot of ways, the evolution of Shenmue, right?
Yes.
More an action-based
That's what Yakuza
Shenmue
represents.
Yeah. So to turn it into a straight up RPG and for it to be received as well as it has been, and to come off of a character with the history and pedigree of a Kiryu, and to be able to put another leading person into that role,
it's a hard thing.
It's a hard thing to do, and for that character to be endearing and be considered its own thing and not a lesser than thing is I mean, Sega's they're hot right now. They're doing their thing. So hopefully one day I will get to play it because I think I would definitely enjoy it. The comedy aspects of it. The first one, when I saw the men in the diapers, I'm like, what the hell's going on?
Yeah.
What is this?
The summons, pound mates hit the phone, and wild people come out.
Wild people come out, and I heard there's a crazy taxi driver in this one.
Yep.
His super is driving you till you want to throw up or something like
they
that.
Almost killing you in an Uber. Then they got the
Uber.
mini games like a crazy taxi on a bike delivering pizza to people. They like Sega's going all out. Virtua Fighters 3 in it is a mini game. Like this
That's
is
right. That's right. You have old Sega games in there as well, right? Yeah.
It's so Sega. Like shout out to Shaun Posse. You saw, you would love it because it's the spiritual successor of how. You know, no disrespect to the OG Yu Suzuki. You got to be in the video games. I love you. I'm not trying to slander you. My man, I met you once. You were a hero. But we got to admit, like, where that was at, like, it hasn't evolved since.
Yeah.
Yakuza is truly, what RGG is doing, this is future how it's supposed to be. And they understand how to do a city and moving things. It's just so well done. So, yeah, get to see Addict getting into it. It's super cool. And the last thing I'll say is, hilarious, but this game will have some of the most heartfelt moments when you go, yo. The Yakuza series has that type of energy. It's this nice balance of silly, goofy, but also serious martial arts, gangster, Yakuza stuff going on. So yeah, so I'm with Addict, man. I got to catch up to him. He ahead of me right now. He ahead of me. But any other final words, Addict on Yakuza Infinite Wealth?
No, I think I'm going to. I was going to stream today, but I think I'm going to focus on other stuff today.
Okay.
So I'll be streaming tomorrow. I'll probably stream it.
No doubt. Like a Dragon Infinite Wealth in stores. Go get that. Go get that. And we got one more topic. We got the super chat.
Let me see. Yeah, let me see. We got Donald Taco, $2 super chat. Come on, you know Sakurai takes no breaks. 2 years max. Yes, we have joked about how Sakurai is chained to the radiator. They don't allow.
They don't allow.
Sakurai is there only to make Smash games. So yeah, you never know. It's true. Let me see. There we got Sage once again, $5 super chat. Ichiban is South Park: The Stick of Truth style make believe. That's why these new Yakuza games are so damn good.
Yeah, they good, man. They good.
It's over the top, yeah. Then we got Danny Passion Official, $2 super chat. No spoilers, please. My wife and I are playing it.
No facts. We got you. We got you.
Got you.
Kept it clean.
Yeah. But that's it. We're caught up.
All right, no doubt. Final topic solved. This is you. Somebody don't want to be pals with somebody.
Somebody don't want to be pals with somebody. Yeah, so as we said at the opening of the show, Palworld is taking on a life of its own. At this point, it is easy to infer that it is probably somewhere in the realm of 10 million copies sold.
8 million as of the 24th. Yeah, it could be. No, it could be. Who knows? That was the 24th.
That's not including Game Pass purchases. So the Game Pass purchases on Game Pass through early access elevates it to about 9. And again, we'll probably get
number
more
one on
concrete
PC
numbers.
Game Pass. Number one on PC Game Pass. Yeah.
We're probably going to get more concrete numbers come Monday, right?
Yeah.
So so obviously, the conversation around this has been around the integrity around whether the character models are too derivative of Pokemon. The company has come out and said as much like, hey, this is how we did this, that, and the other. But the internet sleuths do what the internet sleuths, and they have found that there may be some sort of legs for Nintendo to stand on if they wanted to be litigious about this. But and they came out and said as much, right? Nintendo made a statement indicating that we were going to investigate these allegations of Palworld possibly doing something to infringe upon its IP in a way that maybe they did not see beforehand. Because as we said before, this game it's no secret this game was in development. This game has been kind of part of the mindshare for a couple of years now. So I'm sure Nintendo saw it. I'm sure Nintendo's lawyers looked at it and said, maybe there's probably nothing here that we can sort of hang on to in terms of litigation. It just is what it is. But again, in recent days, certain revelations that have come up regarding the possibility of straight up sort of what they call tracing of literal tracing of models and extreme similarities with certain pals in comparison to certain Pokemon has prompted Nintendo to come out and say, hey, we're gonna take a look at this. Whether they do it or they don't, that's still up for speculation. But I gotta say that, and Addict said it, is like, hey, once you start doing this well, no matter what the thinking was beforehand, you're going to have more eyeballs on your product, and you're going to have more, in this case specifically, they're going to have more eyeballs on the genuinity of the product. And, people out there defending, Pokemon and the Nintendo, they don't want to see IP stolen. So yeah, it is possible in this scenario that this comes back to bite the developers of Palworld in the rear. But up until now, they've been eating good. They had to sit down and have an emergency meeting with Epic to figure out the server stuff for this stuff, because servers are crashing because so many people were playing.
Facts.
And I think it's also pushed them to try to really figure out a roadmap for this game that is something that people can latch onto and say, hey, this game that we already think is pretty good, how do we make it better? How do we keep evolving it? Because now, barring anything from Nintendo that shuts it down, right? This game has the ability to take over the zeitgeist in a way that we haven't seen since Fortnite, pretty much, really.
Yeah.
So we'll see what happens there. But again, in total, probably close to 10 million units sold in, less than 2 weeks. That's insane.
Yo, Shaun Fossey too. He said they made it a hot live. Palworld made it a hot song.
Oh yeah, they did. For sure they did.
Crazy. Yeah, so Attic, we got you your footage up of Palworld while you playing. You know, what's your thoughts? Nintendo made this statement. Let me read this statement. Let's get the bars from Nintendo. They said, Pokemon Company, the official statement, because not Nintendo. We intend to investigate and take appropriate measures to address any acts that infringe on intellectual property rights related to the Pokemon. And they said, we've received many inquiries regarding another company's game released in they won't even say the name. It's like the indirect slander. It was like, we received against another company's game released in January of 2024. The Pokemon Company says, we have not granted any permission for the use of Pokemon intellectual property or assets in that game. We intend to investigate and take appropriate measures to address any acts that infringe on intellectual property rights related to the Pokemon. We will continue to cherish and nurture each and every Pokemon in its world and work to bring the world together through Pokemon in the future. So they on the radar. Attic. Where you at?
All that was is stop tagging me on Twitter. We understand that they have the game. There's nothing we can do about it. Just leave me alone. Like,
ooh, so
it's like, look,
they fronting?
Here's the thing. You mean that you expect me to believe that they shut down people that were just sharing the mod for this game to make a Pokemon, but they can't do it to the game?
And they shut that down immediately. The moment you saw Ash and Pikachu, it was a wrap.
So they made official Pokemon mods on PC and Nintendo got on them?
Quick.
Almost immediately.
Cease and desist?
So they're watching. The shooters are out there.
Oh, who them gangs and ninjas y'all fight? Who them? Who you fighting?
They're called the Syndicate. They're supposed to be Team Rocket.
You can capture them? You can put them to work?
Yeah, you can, but they're
allegedly Team Rocket.
Team Rocket.
Yeah,
okay.
see, it's like these things that these things took me out the first time. And what's funny is I finally got guns. Like,
oh yeah, the gun. And it's later again. That's like
look how much
in-game
damage
content.
this does, man. Look, this is ridiculous.
I'm gonna have to play this foolishness, man.
Yo,
give it a shot.
why you bodied him like that, yo? Ain't you supposed to get them low and then enslave them?
Yeah, that's what I'm trying to do.
That's crazy.
Well, you got to capture them first before you
gotta put him to work. He looked like a good worker.
So question, Addict, the things that it does similar to Pokemon, like the capturing of the pals and stuff, is that better than Pokemon? Do they do anything different with it? You know,
not really. Hey, look, the only thing that resembles Pokemon on here is just capturing Pokemon-like creatures.
Mm-hmm.
Like, you know, and I will admit that, you know, this thing could probably be 3 or 4 Pokemon in Nintendo's world, but it's like, are we gonna start like hitting people? Because like, okay, the capturing system's one thing, but we can't just start acting like because people have creature like that's Pokemon. Like, because in that case,
that
it's
glider
like
did look Breath of the Wild. Like, I ain't gonna front.
Oh yeah.
I ain't gonna hold you.
Well, they said they've made a habit out of cribbing of Nintendo game properties.
So it's just like, look, like at the end of the day, you know, I feel them on that.
Yeah.
But it's just like, you know, to me, what's important is like it doesn't play like Pokemon. And it doesn't. Sure. Like, you know, Tim plays more like Pokemon than this game does.
You gonna put on the work?
Well, I'm gonna just throw another one at him if he escapes.
So wait, let me see where your work is. I want to see the salt mines you got going on.
Oh,
where's your base? Let's get to the base. I want to see who you putting to work, who's not doing what they supposed to do. Oh, you got one of those? Okay, you just fly to the drink. Okay.
Yeah. So look, this game. Look at just the dead bodies laying everywhere. This game plays more like Ark than anything. That's what this game plays like. It plays like Ark, and I understand like here, like my thing when it comes to people are like, oh, you know, Nintendo needs to respond for what? Like they didn't shut down Tim.
Yeah.
And I feel like they had more of an argument to shut down Tim because it was literally turn based.
Yeah.
They copied everything off.
Craftopia was Breath of the Wild, right? So it was like.
It's like, we got to stop with this, you know, we got to shut anything that even remotely looks like Pokemon. Because you know what that does? That doesn't put Nintendo in a spot where they got to improve because their fans are harassing anyone that even tries to remotely do what Pokemon's doing. You know what's funny? Super Smash Brothers has been copied like 6 times. We shutting all those down too?
And that's why a lot of the arguments around.
Here's one of my here's my mining camp.
Oh, so you got the big turtlebacks. They do your mining.
Yeah.
Oh, you got them.
Cool,
that's
man.
cool. Wait, so they doing the ore? What? That's the ore, the iron. You getting them to work the iron?
Yeah, that's how I get. And they put it in this box when it's done.
That's what's up.
I gotta say, like all the conversation around, like, look, yes, you look at it, you like, yes, you took serious inspiration from this thing, right? But at the end of the day, like, the law is the law. So it's like I could feel about a type of way about it on a personal level and think like, hey, you guys are bankrupt of like of having any real creativity, right?
Here's my main base.
I got a castle. What's this man right here?
He's been building. How many hours you got in this attic?
I couldn't tell you. And then like the outside, because I built it intentionally. If like I ever can like migrate this to a server where the outside is complete wood and it looks weak as hell, but the entire inside of the base is stone. Like so you'll blow like one side up and then you have like way more health that you got to do.
No, I feel you. I'll jump in real quick if y'all got y'all balls off. Look, I get it. I feel Nintendo on some of the creatures are egregious. I will
say it, egregious.
I will say that some, again, is a little, like what Hope said, like fly a little too close to the sun with certain similarities, of course. But to prove in court is a whole nother thing because now you have to say that your game is pretty much, identically been stolen. And the problem is the components of power, like Addict said, is more like Ark, Survival, and Monster Hunter with this one aspect of the Pokemon catching, the throw the ball kind of thing. And the fact that they've got, again, it's a 3D game. Pokemon, is it Pokemon turn-based? I don't even play Pokemon. Isn't it turn-based? Yeah, so it's turn-based. Like, it's going to be hard for them. Now, again, like Hope said, you could sue for anything.
They had room to take them to court, it'd have been done.
Right. So to me, this Wolf Tickets, you just blowing smoke. Yeah, you ain't. You gonna go at the creators that's trying to do mods. I see that. I see you doing that. But I'm not there with it. You know what I'm saying? Because to me, I don't think they have a shot. Because to me, this is more an indictment on Nintendo and Pokemon. Because this shows me that your community has been screaming for you to do these type of things. And they haven't been doing it. So now everybody's like, yeah, we could beat up Pokemons over the head, enslave them, put them to work, do all this craziness, mature stuff, and survival, and people having fun. You know what I'm saying? And I'm already biased because they got me in the game. What is it? Call these. They got the bird with my name. I'm biased. I'm in Pocket Pay. I need a bag. Pocket pair.
Yeah, I was not feeling those AI renditions of the Iron Lord.
Yeah, listen, man. Listen, don't get mad, Nintendo, because they, like as what my man said, they took the line. You missed a hot line. They made it a hot song, and they fired. Now I will say to Addict's point and your voice off. It's funny that they talk about it now that they up to 8 to 10 million though.
Yeah.
Now that the 8 to 10 million, now all of a sudden you wanna look at what you wanna investigate. What's good. I personally would be shocked if they do anything.
Listen, business would tell you maybe Nintendo won't do this because Nintendo obviously owns part of the Pokemon company. But good business would tell you we want this game on the next Nintendo. Like,
good business,
that's smart business.
I am curious if they do try to get this on their platform because Nintendo is one of the few people that can say nah they can keep that. They can keep that.
It would be interesting. Sure. Yeah, it would be interesting.
Yeah, I can totally see Nintendo be like, nah, that's yours. We ain't doing that. Like, so I'm curious because Nintendo is one of the companies that they don't care about business if they feel away.
Yeah.
And I'm wondering if they will take that far in terms of their business.
Yeah, maybe that's the workaround. I don't know. It's going to be crazy to see how this play out. I'm curious. I'm very impressed with what I'm seeing with Palworld. People absolutely love the game. People that give it a shot. I played it. I had fun with it. Just too many games right now, so for me to get back to it just yet. But now they're doing it. I just want to see. And I love that they got the roadmap. PvP, raids, all like they look like they're supporting. Xbox version is going to get supported more. They're going to do crossplay. It looks like they've got a good future, and now it's going to be curious to see what Microsoft does as it continues.
It seems like it's a dev team, like, you know, again, get all the stuff aside where they take a lot of inspiration from other games, particularly Nintendo games. It seems like they're a very competent team, though, in terms of putting out a product that people like to play. Yeah. So, again, take the opportunity to blow this whole game out and give them the bag. Yeah. And because, it feels like this is going to be around for a while. Even if it is a short, I'm not saying it's going to be Pokemon levels and get to that. But even if it is a relatively short wave, there's a lot of money to be made in that short wave.
Facts. It does seem like the company's taking the resources they're making and they're doing right by their community. So as long as they keep that mentality up, where it's like, we're not going to blow money, we're actually going to spend it effectively and get these content out the way in a timely manner and consistently update this game. I could see this being one of the biggest games in a long time.
I agree.
But it just depends on how they handle success, because some people will get success and they drop the ball.
They drop off, And one thing that's positive that I liked, as soon as they've been announced, if you look at the Palworld account, they've been announcing their milestones. But what I like is they say, hey, here's the roadmap what we got, but we're not going to do any of this yet until we address the core issues of the game and fix the bug. And I like that they said that.
And it would make more sense because they're in the preview program where they're like, look, we just keep this in preview program and give you content where you buy it.
Facts.
And now instead of doing that, they're like, we want the game to be functionable, then we'll build on to it.
Exactly. And I said, again, Pocket Pair, y'all doing your thing. Salute. Now, don't have my lawyers come for you with the Cognito thing. So make it right. We need an ILP. We need a bag. I need a bag. I don't want to have to side with Nintendo on you on this one. So just,
I'm not feeling that Latino rendition. I'm not about that.
You know what'd be funny?
Cognito needs a bag. Clearly, y'all was inspired by something.
If those ILP pals end up in the game somehow.
Oh, bro, listen, they can take off the IOP. Listen, I'm gonna do my corporate card. Listen,
I'm gonna need mine redone first.
Nah, we like you. We like Latino pals.
Greasy Latino.
You ain't like your Latino pal?
We're sweating like, nah, I'm good, man.
Mine is extra beefy. Mine is beefy. I like my pal.
They gave Cog like a 12-pack on top of a 6-pack on top of it.
You had the wolf pal. You had the wolf joint.
You look like a Tekken character.
Yes. So look, do the right thing. Y'all got the right mindset. Drop the bag off. IOP support, man. You're going to get that. We're going to take it to the next level. We're going to get you that 20 mil. Anyway, let's get up out of here, man. The Iron Pals. Somebody.
Yeah,
the camera.
I'm done. Yeah, your camera.
I don't know what's good. I you know what? I'm hoping that it's my dummy battery that's just dying
out.
And then I have to replace it, because otherwise I don't know what the hell's going on. It never happens to me.
It's all good.
Real quick, I don't know how new this is or whatever.
News? Breaking news?
I don't know how breaking it is, but Post Up put something up like saying that Visions of Mana's Game Pass.
I'm hearing those rumors.
It's been showing up in a few places that's in Game Pass.
Yeah, I'm hearing those rumors, guys. We got to see. Maybe they just wanted to, if it's true, it would be interesting to say, hey, don't mention it now. Let's get the sales up as you get closer. But then, how far are they from release? I forgot. When it's coming out.
It's summer, right? Or something like that.
Like, or maybe somebody messed up and they seeing the internal thing.
Yeah, but it's multiple places where it happened. So it's either that's true or someone messed up like 8 different places.
Square Enix experimenting with the Game Pass bag situation. Maybe give the little smaller title a go and you get other stuff as part of the package deal for dealing with us. Listen, I had this conversation with Colin. He agrees with me. He said, Cog, I think you're onto something, because he's like, generally how these companies work is it's like, okay, you got to take Forspoken. You got to take the new IP when you're uncertain about. We ain't going to give you the Final Fantasy 7 and all that just yet. That's later. But you do all this stuff for us. Then we give you the 16. Then we give you the remake. And you throw, some of them in the Game Pass. Get them from it. Interesting. They're getting cozy. I agree, Lydia, man. They're getting cozy.
Yeah.
But anyway, that's what we got. Let's super chat. So let's get up out of here.
Let's see. We got a couple. Let me see. We got Black Ronin 357, $5 super chat. Nintendo better keep shut lest someone pull the Dragon Quest out.
Oh,
everything that's been pulled out on this has been debunked so far. So yeah, again, listen. as many people out there trying to prove guilt, there's people out there debunking it, right?
Yeah,
So it's an interesting scenario out there.
Very interesting.
Then we got Simple Jack, $5 super chat. Guy that made those mesh comparisons admitted to stretching the truth and that they weren't 1-to-1. So there you go. There you go.
Yeah. And that's
People
that's the
get
part
caught
you got to
out there.
prove. Yeah, that's the part you got to prove.
Exactly. And we got Donald Taku, $5 super chat. The capture mechanic and the bonus for capturing multiple of the same type is straight out of Legends of Arceus. And the crafting is equal to Arc, and the traversal is Breath of the Wild. So
Yes, I agree.
it's an amalgam of all those things. Then we got Donald Taku again, $5 super chat. But unlike Smash, which hasn't been surpassed, Palworld is lapping the latest Pokemon by a mile.
Wow, that's gangster. That's gangster. No, we gotta respect Palworld's name right now. They doing
It's because like the Pokemon formula fits very well in a survival type of game.
It does.
And it's hard to make those Super Smash Brothers games. I honestly think the platform holders could do it correctly. But I think especially Microsoft. How many characters can Microsoft use to make a
At this
Smash
point
of their
now,
own?
at this point, they could use a whole lot.
I always thought it'd be cool if they work with Nintendo and they have Nintendo make 3 versions of the game and they're all cross-play. And you can't play with Nintendo characters, but when you go online and you play someone on Xbox through cross-play, it's their characters versus Xbox characters.
That'd be crazy, man. Yeah.
Sick.
That's it. We're caught up.
Nice. And then we got Zip-Hole to get up out of here. With all the recent layoffs within Microsoft's gaming division, which to you was the most surprising? The choices are A, Blizzard leadership departures. B, other Xbox and ZeniMax layoffs. C, physical media and Odyssey team. Or D, I don't care. Don't think your favorite game company isn't next. Those are the choices. Go rock the vote. Send some love to Lord King David, going through some little technical issues right now. Hopefully we get the King back. He's mad. He wanted to be. We thought he still could make it because he had got an ETA or maybe when the things get resolved. But unfortunately, not this week. We'll get it back. Hopefully next week. That situation. Shout out to Hip Hop Gamer. Shout out to Dirt Griggity pulling up in the realm, holding us down. You already know. Lord Addict, where can find you? What you got going on?
You can find me on Twitter at Lord Addict ILP. You can find me on YouTube at Gaming Addict. Also, my streaming channel is Addict Arena. I'll be streaming probably Tekken 8, unfortunately, this week.
Addict Arena. That's where it's supposed to be. Let's go.
Yeah, let's
Dude, I want you to do that story. That's what I want. I want that story done. Then we're going to get the competitive going on. Yeah, you're going to be in the rotation. Yeah.
So I'm going to have to hit up my PayPal for all that.
Oh, we got to be robbed.
Yeah.
Oh, man.
You can also find me on... that's it.
We ain't going to find you nowhere else?
Huh?
That's it? All right, cool.
Yeah, that's it.
No doubt. Lord Saul, where can find you? What you got going on, sir?
You can find me on Lord Sav ILP on Twitter, and hopefully playing some Prince of Persia and Tekken this week.
Ow!
I get back to Prince of Persia, but that Tekken, when you get into the dojo, and it's like, man, I gotta make sure I got this man right because these guys savages out here.
You gotta stay sharp out here. These boys are crazy.
God. And the reflexes are not what they once were. So we got to prepare.
No doubt. Yeah, man. Again, salute everybody pulling up in the realm. Good to see y'all. Hit that like button on the way out. More fun stuff planned. Good stuff next week. Addict, anything else we got to promote? We good?
That's it.
All right, no doubt. Everybody enjoy your Sunday. We catch y'all. What's up?
I was going to say, who we sending today?
Who we sending? Oh, we got another one in.
Oh, I got it. Yeah, we got it. We actually got, we got Craig Hooligan gifted 1 ILP membership. Shout out to you, bro. Put the question in the chat. Then we got Sage, $5 super chat. Sorry, Cog, we need the stream to run until at least 10 to 11 p.m. Past 6:30 p.m. No particular reason. But I can't go against Eminem. Too big a fan.
Listen, you riding with all right. I see what you say. We ain't wrote this show over. I'm gonna watch this game. I gotta see what's going on with the first game and the second game. That's all we got.
Yep.
Yeah, I'm sending you guys over to Wandering Dutch. He's over there playing Palworld right now.
Oh yeah, send Dutch some love.
ILP raid. I want to see some ILP raids in there.
You already know. Everybody enjoy your Sunday. Peace. Peace.